I've never understood because it was always posed
Yeah.
as like a derivative of argumentation ethics, and I don't like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I don't...
No. It's like, it's just, we're talking about arbitration. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like the process of arbitration, what it's for, I mean, the process of arbitration, like it allows us to get at the most like most solid, like undefeatable, conclusion, right?
Mhm.
And so that, like, I like, that's how I conceptualize it. You know what I mean? Like Estoppel just gives you the punishment norm. It just says, it's just the justification. It just says like, it whatever is determined to be the proportional punishment is justified.
Mhm.
That's
But
literally it.
then,
I mean, like, you can't particularize the punishment norm, right? Because if you try to make Estoppel give you proportionality, you would be particularizing the punishment norm. So literally, all it gives you is that, just that. If you have mens rea, then punishment is justified, right? Per Estoppel.
mhm. Where does, I mean, like, do you have a different formulation of that than the argumentation ethics or the argumentation ethics like foundation? Because I doubt
Well,
that you're
I
using
mean, yeah,
argumentation ethics.
it's. I mean, it's not some like metaphysical, like they're stopped from arguing again. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
people, like it's literally just like in arbitration. You know what I mean? We can't. There's literally no basis for preferring inconsistent claims over consistent claims. There just can't, like, we have to prefer consistent claims over inconsistent claims because there's no basis to prefer inconsistent claims over consistent claims.
I had seen that you had said that retribution was like uh, a kind of restitution, and I had seen that
Well,
in
as
one
a
message.
baseline, right? It's like basically it's an empirical question what the exact like proportional punishment should be, and it's like it might be vague at first. We don't start the arbitration process with like this is the punishment we're going for, right? We look at
Mhm.
the facts first, right? And the evidence accumulates, right? Because I point to something, right, and the other side has to point to something. Yeah, I mean, like point to that same fact, right? We have to point to the same evidence, right, for our case. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So it accumulates, and eventually, at the end, we reach. Like it might be vague at first, but it'll be completely unambiguous at the end. Like this is exactly what the punishment should be. You know what I mean? And it's undefeatable
Mhm.
because like we've exhausted all the evidence, right? Any counterclaim would have to point to the evidence, but we've already exhausted all the evidence, so it'd be weaker than it. You know what I mean?
Mhm. But where does the justification for punishment, like specifically retribution, even come from? Because for restitution, I fully
Well, it's
understand,
just
but
mens
for
rea. It's just intention.
what about the nature of intention in a conflict brings about uh, the ability to punish?
Well, it means that they're stopped from arguing against punishment because there's mens rea.
So is the argument particularly that in during arbitration, if this if the defendant is just making a bunch of inconsistent claims, then they're
They have to be
stopped from.
dismissed. We just can't even. They're not admissible. You know what I mean?
Mhm. So okay, so when you're talking about particularizing the punishment norm, are you just talking about because I hear a lot of people when
Like
they're talking about
it's not like people think about it wrong. Like it's like this is why people get confused, right? Because they're trying to make Estoppel give you proportionality. So they'll say the punishment norm is like if B punches A, right, then A can punch B. Like that's the punishment norm. But like that's like you're already like
Mhm.
like in rationalist land there. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what's made it so fucking difficult for me to ever
Yeah,
like
yeah.
grapple
So
onto a
like I
path.
said, I just I drop all that and just be like, Literally, whatever is determined to be the proportional punishment is justified. Estoppel is just it's justified. Whatever it is, it's determined to be the proportional punishment through the process of arbitration. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But really, arbitration the only arbitration is only necessary if counter arbitration is possible, right? It's like, well, I have something to like point to, you know, like here's all this evidence that I brought to the table, you know, like if you want to arbitrate me for killing this person, right? Like you're the family member or whatever, then you would have to answer to that evidence, right? Evidence must answer to evidence. So
because the issue that I was having is that I was
hold on
just
one
like,
second. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm back.
the issue that I was having because I was like taking a walk outside and I just could not stop thinking about about it.
Yeah, you should have been here yesterday, bro, because we went over so many different examples and so many different like implications and points of like my whole like approach.
Man, I was too busy having so much fucking fun yesterday. Um, I if
Like,
only
oh no,
I had
you were there, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it was 5 in the morning, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, if it was 5 in the morning, well, it's fucking um, but I mean, the issue that I was having is that I was trying to understand it from the lens outside of arbitration because that's how it's always been assumed with like Kinsella's formulation of estoppel is just that like if
Yeah, well,
a
think about it.
person
I think about it like this. How the hell are you going to homestead the retribution, right? You know what I mean? The exclusive right to affect the punishment norm. How are you gonna
Mhm,
do that? Right? I mean, I think, you know, arbitration is probably the only way to do that, right? Other than, you know, just like affecting the punishment or whatever you just determine it to be, right? And then somebody can counter arbitrate, like bring you to counter arbitration, right? But
mhm.
uh besides that, like it's just like oh fuck, what was I saying just now? I forgot.
Uh,
I lost it. I lost it.
Yeah, I think you were talking about how arbitration is the necessary thing to get the particularization of the punishment.
Yeah. Well, no, not particular. It's like I mean, what the proportional punish, what proportionality, right?
mhm,
Right, right.
mhm.
But I don't think that
Uh,
was the point. He was asking like a question about something specific. Like if you could just repeat it, bro, I'll get what I was saying. Okay.
so the thing that I was talking about was that how it's always explained with respect to like Kinsella's formulation of estoppel or anybody else's when they're trying to explain it is that like Crusoe and Friday are just
Oh
on the
yeah,
fucking island.
I was talking about how do you homestead the punishment norm, right?
Yes.
So yeah, I mean like, well, the victim is the first comer to it, but it's literally like it's like a use it or lose it kind of thing, right? Because how I mean, how do you exclude others from it, right? You got to use it. If you don't use it, then you've abandoned it basically.
Mhm.
So basically, I mean, obviously, you're taking it to arbitration. You're intending to affect the punishment norm, right?
Mhm.
I think like that's a threshold. That's an objective, intersubjectively ascertainable border. I think.
Mhm. So, because I mean, I had also concluded that it was that it would have to be through arbitration, like as the means in order to homestead any sort of like punishment right.
Yeah, but
Um,
not absolutely, right? It's just important to clarify that at arbitration, the only point of arbitration is like it's only necessary if counter arbitration is possible. So just like if arbitration exists, then arbitration is necessary, basically.
mhm.
But that's
um,
like a minor clarification.
yeah, no, I get that much. The the other issue that I was having, because like if I go down what I was thinking about, the first thing that I was thinking about was guardianship, because the first issue was just like, um, how do you even define punishment without like appealing to using somebody else's body as a means? Because I've heard people who will say that like when you're stopped, you are basically stopping like yourself or your arm or like whatever
I
physical
mean,
part of
it's
your
like
body.
it's all. I think it's all about really evidentiary reasoning, right? I mean, in the arbitration, right? It's uh, like who's bringing the evidence, right? What evidence is admissible, right? I mean, we can. What evidence can we count? Can we consider? What's relevant to the case? And it's only the evidence that the parties can bring to the table. I mean, the arbitrator can't bring his own evidence. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's okay.
So if I can't, like I literally can't bring like inconsistent claims to the table. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm stopped from arguing that. From arguing that, like from you know what I mean, in arbitration.
Can you give an example?
uh,
I
well,
Let me just give something like, for example, if I were, you know, working as an electrician and somebody intentionally like fused the wires in order to fucking spew electricity into my face, and then I figure this out, and then I take it to
so
arbitration. Maybe
basically,
they were fighting me.
I point to the evidence for mens rea there, you know,
Mm.
and so they can't just say, well, I didn't intend to do that, right? They have to answer that evidence with evidence, right?
Mm.
So they have to point that, and we share the same facts, right? We both have to use the same evidence to like make our case. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So like I don't know. Like does that clarify our answer? Like can we build the
Yes.
example that way?
Yes. So like you, I guess that begs the
Because I
question
have a
of
prima
like,
facie case, right?
mm-hmm.
We don't start with no evidence. That's very
Mm-hmm.
important.
Mm-hmm. Um, I I think that that makes more sense than because everything I have heard about Estoppel has just been so fucked. I've dealt with that for the past 2 years of just denying Estoppel, not dealing with it because it's like I haven't heard anybody make
Yeah, I think a lot of the
great.
problems just come with trying to make a stop, like from rationalism, trying to make a stop will do the work to get proportionality, right? When proportionality is only like you have to look at the very like the facts of the case of the specific case. You know, you can't just deduce it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
From like the fucking categories or whatever that you like you put these actions into or whatever as kind like these kinds of actions, right? And they just have this a priori like punishment, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Um, the way that like Zulu, for example, would talk about Estoppel is that even if we were to go to arbitration, it would be something like, okay, this guy has obvious mens rea here. Like I give evidence that he intended to fucking spew electricity into my face, and then uh,
Right, so
I guess.
just on that, we have as a baseline what I can point to, right? Like what do we have to look at to get proportionality, right? So as a baseline, I can point to restitution, right? So,
Mhm.
like as a baseline, proportionality always. If you have mens rea, you can get double restitution,
Mhm.
no matter what. That's what I think. So, just that's a baseline, right? So you need to point to something else. You need to point to more evidence, right? In order to say, well, like I'm gonna, like I should be able to like electrify his face. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
There's
Right?
also
So
another
you have
thing
to
is
point
that
to some
there's
evidence that calls for that, right? And then they can also point to evidence, against that, right?
What is the evidence to provide that I should be able to
Yeah, I mean,
electrocute
we
his
had
face?
so many examples yesterday, and we really clarified it.
Yeah, I mean,
You
yeah,
guys
there was a
remember-
lot.
yeah, we used my car theft was a good one. You know,
Right? Do you guys remember the examples and like the evidence pointed to
Yeah,
by both
what I was gonna say is that even after the defendant can actually give like some sort of evidence to like soften the punishment. So it's like I guess if I had to think of something in this like
lower the
electrician case.
severity if the evidence is sufficient enough? It can lower the severity
Yeah.
of the punishment.
It's like if the
Yeah,
defendant can prove that you were like
the car
negligible in
the car
some
was a good
way.
example. The car was a good example, right? Like
Yeah. Oh, you don't care about
like
that
they
car.
like they have footage like that I like to
Drive
drive around
recklessly.
recklessly with the car, you know what I mean? I didn't care about it that
Mhm.
much.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. So the example we gave, Stratino, was I stole G's Corvette and I wrecked it. Well, G will come to arbitration with footage of me stealing the car, and that
Like
would be
ring doorbell footage,
ring doorbell footage, and that would be the prima facie evidence. And
Mhm.
then I would have to counter that evidence, G would automatically his the baseline would be double restitution, right?
Mhm.
And I would say, well, actually, G doesn't even care about this car. He's acting like it's really important, but it's actually a piece of shit that he
And remember, restitution. Remember what restitution is. It's not just like, well, like I get this car. I get like you give me another Corvette. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean?
I have to restore your
it's like,
means, right?
right. It's like that Corvette could have been given to me by my dad or whatever, and just like another Corvette, like or like it doesn't cut it, right, or whatever. But it's also going to be more than just the Corvette, like all
Right.
medical bill or like
Yeah, medical bills
like
or
miss time from work
missed
or
time-
whatever,
yeah.
all this stuff.
Yeah, the stress.
You know what I mean? So that's just
yeah.
gonna be the restitution, and then
Right.
double that would just be double that like however that's fulfilled
Right.
is the word I guess.
So you would say, "Oh, that my dad gave me that car," and then I would counter back and say, "Yeah, but here's evidence that shows that you actually hate your dad. You don't even like him." So, right? Like I mean, that would be evidence. That would be,
Yeah, it would.
you know, um,
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
It's
Can you also did you bring up the like the infinite arbitration thing also as well, G?
oh, that's it. Yeah,
Like
that's a good one.
like like the fucking
Not filling
aggressor
in all the holes.
wants to
Like not filling in
exhaust
all
all
the
the
holes.
evidence. They want like
Yeah.
they'll like want to provide all the evidence they can like about means, motive, and opportunity. If they like, because I mean, if they know about some evidence, right, and they don't present it, they would be suppressing that evidence, right? But what they're doing there is they're leaving open holes for you know uh, anybody else to come in and like uh, arbitrate them
Collect some
over it
more.
again. You know what I mean? And get double restitution off backs, right? They get you know they don't get double, right? They get times one, but like it's still baseline double restitution because they can be brought to
Yeah.
arbitration.
And like an implication that I thought was very like kind of
So I thought
funny and cool
that
about
was a
it
kind of
was
funny
that
implication.
there's a market. There would literally be a market of like companies that would like go through and like take people to arbitration over this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if like you want to be proactive about it, right? To make sure that you're not, leaving open any holes or anything for people to come along and like take you to arbitration,
So it is the most efficient legal system.
yeah.
Yeah, you would have criminals turning in their buddies because they could get money
Yeah.
out of it.
So what I was gonna say, I'll use the car example to provide to what I've always heard Zulu talk about with respect to Estoppel, where we get down to the the brass tacks about it, and then I just say like some shit like oh, I should be able to fucking wreck your car, and then
On what basis? You know what I mean?
Mhm. Which has always been my question though, is like on what basis?
Right,
Is
and
it
that's the
just
question. That's the question that because it's not a one-way street. It's a two-way street. This
Needs to be
process,
based on evidence.
this evidentiary reasoning, right, that happens in arbitration. The
Mhm.
evidence accumulates, right, from both sides,
and
and the
what
evidence
I
itself is impartial.
and what I've heard from Zulu was that if we've discovered that he has mens rea, and I'm just like he had mens rea, I should be able to wreck his car now. And he's like, but what? No.
On what basis?
Apparently he's a stopped.
No, yeah, that like Estoppel doesn't give you that. You know, you have to look at the facts, right, and
He
like
can only not argue if he has mens rea.
he cannot argue against whatever the proportional punishment is determined to be, but that's not given to you by Estoppel.
So like God, that's really fucking difficult to understand because
Yeah, it's
it
conditional on mens rea.
if we if we discover that he has
Whatever it's determined that the proportional punishment should be, because that's what it should be. Like this undefeatable conclusion that we arrive at through the arbitration process is what it should be. There's no ambiguity whatsoever. You cannot say otherwise that it should be something else. You know?
Mhm. But how would I do that with respect to the car? If we say that if we find indisputable evidence that he had complete mens rea and complete intent to wreck that car, and I prove that, and it's indisputable, he cannot argue against the facts.
Yeah.
Then what
He cannot argue
provide?
against the punishment being affected, but that's not like that doesn't give you the proportionality, right? So I have to point to some facts about like the relevant facts for proportionality, right, in the case, and then he can point to those same facts or some other facts that are that answer to that, right?
Also, G. So after
Wait,
we've
wait, wait.
proven
Let's
mens rea,
wait. Yeah, wait. Is what you're gonna say relevant? Because like I kind of wanted to hear what
it's
Greater
a
was
question I
like.
haven't asked. I don't think it's a question I've asked before.
Okay, let's hear what Greater was saying. I mean, Stratino was saying.
Okay.
So the the main thing is I I still don't know how because if we determine he has mens rea and we have indisputable evidence that he intentionally wrecked the car, and then
Just like
how do we?
that's not like mens rea, right? We just
Mhm,
mens rea, like we have the that's just the prima facie case, right?
mhm,
That's what's needed to establish the prima facie case for retribution,
mhm.
right?
Um,
So like that's not like where we start for like the evidence for proportionality, you know?
yes, not
I
for
mean, like,
proportionality, but I'm curious about punishment in particular.
right.
Just like how we get
The punishment
from
norm.
yes, how we even get to the punishment norm based on the fact of mens rea. And you had said
Well,
that
the
it's
punishment
because
norm is
he
not
cannot.
particularized like at all. Like I take that to the extreme where it's like not even particularized even a little bit.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? It's
And
just whatever is determined to be, what the I mean, whatever, like the proportional punishment should be, like whatever is determined that the proportional punishment should be. That's what's justified by estoppel.
mhm. And that's based on the fact of mens rea, but I swear I cannot understand why.
Okay, like can you like try and walk me through what you're thinking?
Um, so if we say that I steal your car and I wreck it, um, and then you discover that, and you, I guess, Is it that we go to
bring the case to
arbitration?
arbitration. I have prima facie
Yeah, so
evidence.
G
Bring the
goes,
case to
yeah.
arbitration.
G goes to arbitration, yeah.
So G goes to arbitration, and then is that when? Because the thing is, I remember you had said that you go to arbitration to affect the punishment norm, but that
To homestead.
it was
To homestead
to
the right to affect it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, like the victim is just the first comer, right? They like, but you know, it's use it or lose it. You know what I mean? So like,
And is it affected?
they have to be like, yeah, I'm gonna go to arbitration over this. You know what I mean? Like,
But
and then that's like clearly showing that they're intending to affect the punishment norm. You know?
but even before arbitration,
Like they don't need to homestead it really immediately because they're just like the first comer to it. Like it's not needed. Like you need to homestead it when you like when it's abandoned by them, right? And then somebody like
Yeah.
you come along. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
even
Like still, you know, they still have to have this, you know, objective intersubjectively ascertainable border, even if they didn't homestead it. You know,
I think
if they own it. You know.
yes. If we dial back though, if we just like roll back and rewind a bit, before you even go to arbitration, and I steal your car, wreck it, and you find out we haven't gone to arbitration yet, what's there? Is there a homesteadable punishment? Is there just like what's even there with respect to punishment?
I mean, do I intend to affect the punishment norm or like?
If
You know what I
you
mean? Like, am I going to exclude people from affecting this punishment, like the punishment norm, like bringing it to arbitration or whatever? Am I going to sell it to some firm to like, like they can go seek it themselves? You know?
I see. So what you mean by use it or lose it is if we just stop there, nothing comes about from this.
Yeah, right.
So
But
then,
also, you know, but it's homesteadable. Then they abandon it.
Mhm.
It's
And
homesteadable,
then
but they can also, you know, sell it to some like Justice League firm kind of thing. You know what I mean?
sure. But then even before then, how does all I can think of is like the punishment norm just like pops out of this guy's mouth or this guy's like eye or something like that. But like where does it come from?
What do you mean? Where does it come from?
Where does the punishment come from to be homesteadable?
Well, it's just a fact. It's like this invariant fact of the situation of the conflict that they have mens rea, right?
Mm-hmm. And what about mens rea is
I mean, it's a fact. Like, I don't know
that's
what you mean.
I mean that's the
Like
difficulty
the
I'm
punishment
having.
norm is just an invariance. Like it's a you know, it's like a symmetry principle.
Explain
That's how I think about all these things. Really, it's just a symmetry. You know,
explain that because I don't understand.
like whatever is, you know, you if you can change all these other factors or whatever. What remains the same over the whole case is the intention.
Mm-hmm.
Like over the whole process, right? Over the whole aggression, the intention remains the same. You know what I mean? Or else it wouldn't be the same act. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's
So
like a symmetry, right? And like that's just like in ecopsych they talk about intention as like a symmetry, like it's invariant over perception action cycles.
mm-hmm. And then
So we just have
then
this symmetry we can identify, right? And it's lawful, right? That's the lawful basis right there. I mean, like any other, like, you know what I mean? The arbitrary can't stand up to the non-arbitrary, the lawful, right? Like it's like the arbitrary. There's no basis to prefer the arbitrary over any other arbitrary claim or any law like lawful claim, any claim based in reality. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
Based in something.
The difficulty that I'm having is understanding like what about the facts of mens rea provide to you punishment.
What do you,
Like what about the intent to initiate the conflict
well,
gives
remember, they
you
can't, like, it's literally inadmissible. Like, they cannot eat, like, it's, we can't even like, attend to it. Like, we have to dismiss it outright. Any claim to the contrary, right? That they're not, like, agreeing to the punishment norm. Like, in effect, they're agreeing to it. You know what I mean? That's how, like, Estoppel works.
that's more interesting. Now, I mean, what explain that?
Well, what do you mean?
Well,
Like, this is
so
how it's always been, right? Like colloquially, like, it's like they they agree to the punishment. You know what I mean? Like, there's no conflict here. You know what I mean?
that's the issue is that like I have not heard anybody talk about it this way. This is the first time I've ever heard anybody talk about Estoppel this way.
I mean, it's I like, agree is not the right word. Okay, to be fair, like, it's like, I don't know. This is how Zulu's talked about it. I'm sure.
Literally talks about it completely.
Like, there's not a
different way.
conflict here. There's just not a conflict here, right?
I know. I
That's the point.
understand that there. I understand that there's not a conflict there, but
Why is there not a
wh-
conflict? Right? Because
yeah,
like
that's my,
I don't know if you
yeah.
remember the whole, like, have you read, like, when's the last time you read Sulu's, like, explanation of Estoppel in his course? Because he goes through all this, I think. Like, he like, especially when we're talking about particularization of the punishment norm. It's like,
it's been a minute. Probably been about a
yeah,
year.
like, I think it's there, bro. I mean, it's in there.
I remember Zulu's formulation of Estoppel being very difficult to follow. That was always the most difficult
Well,
thing to
pull it up
follow.
now and try and read it in the context that I'm giving you.
All right, let me get defensive force. I think it's called like defensive force and proportionality. Yeah. Let's see. Let me get up to Estoppel.
All right, it's just inadmissible, right? We can't even, like, we just have to dismiss anything they say that's, like, inconsistent, right?
The theory of dialogical estoppel. Let's see. First, what does it mean to punish? Dictionary definitions are easy to come by, but in the sense that interests those of us who punish or want to punish, punishment is the infliction of physical force on a person in response to something that he has done or has failed to do. Punishment thus comprises physical violence committed against a person's body or against any other property that a person legitimately owns, against any rights a person has. Punishment is for or in response to some action, inaction, feature, or status of the person punished. Otherwise, it is simply random violence which is not easily considered to be punishment. Thus, when we punish a person, it is because we consider them to be a wrongdoer of some sort. We typically want to teach him or others a lesson, or exact vengeance.
I don't know if I would
or
consider
less-
it violent. Violent depends what you mean by violent. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's more like colloquial. Like, he's saying what
Yeah,
punishment is normally, like, meant. You know.
I think he just means force. Um,
Yeah, it's like, is it something that, like, because I think, if you try to force this person to come to arbitration, that's aggression.
Well, yeah, that's the other issue is that he's not forced to go to arbitration, but then I'm able to make all sorts of claims about him.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, because they're not bringing any evidence to the table, then we have to side with the evidence. We can't side with,
Yeah.
but it's not
The
brought to.
non-evidence. Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes. So,
But if they want to counter arbitrate, right, then they would have to answer to that evidence.
mhm. So let's see. Note that the question of justifying a punishment only arises insofar as the wrongdoer rejects the justice of the punishment. Yeah, well, there's that as well, because, he doesn't show up and he doesn't show up. That is to say, if the criminal consents to a certain retaliation, this retaliation is per se just, as there can be no
Right.
conflict
Consent.
there.
That's right. That's the word,
Yes.
not agree. You know?
Yes. Because, then there's no conflict anymore. We've already resolved the... It's not really something that law looks at. Justifying a punishment is far more challenging when the criminal does not consent, i.e., when the criminal wishes to challenge the justice of a given punishment. We know from prior analysis that this challenge seeks to test the justification against the nature
Yeah, and I
of
think he kind of
argument.
makes the point too. Like, I don't know if he kind of glosses over it, but it's like literally like any like arguments against it, right? Like that they would bring, right? Any inconsistent claims, it would just be like they're speaking gibberish. You know what I mean? In the eyes
Yes.
of the court.
Um, but the way that Zulu formalizes that is through argumentation ethics, which is what causes the confusion.
Yeah. Also, just rationalistically, like he's trying to make the punishment norm like give you proportionality. You know, just like we're gonna phrase it in categorical terms, right?
So you can see where my confusion comes here. Let me keep going.
But like
So,
besides that, I think he's right. Like, but besides that part, like that's really the only thing I change. You know what I mean?
we know from prior analysis that this challenge seeks to test the justification against the nature of argumentatively justifying as such. The punishment cannot be
Like
justified without the
it's
evidence
like
alone.
they're in like theory in their head. You know what I mean? Like kind of like they're stuck in theory land. You know what I mean? Like, but it's like they're not like they are themselves. Like engaging in like a theory practice dichotomy kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Well, so there was the other thing that pseudonymous had, like Estoppel ergo omnis, which was based off of Zulu's formulation, but it was trying to take it to its rationalistic conclusion, where it was like you're not, if you commit any sort of aggression, just the class of aggression, you can't determine one as worse than the other, and then you're
Yeah,
just able to
it's
admit
like
any argument.
they're from their armchair, they're trying to identify it, but they can't. So they're like, well, like they can't do it with like these classes of aggressions or whatever. You know what I mean? Like they can't identify the evidence, the facts of the case with that. You know what I mean?
Which, yeah, like it's a complete denial of units or what a unit is. It's like trying to identify aggressions as classes and not
Right,
particular instances. So,
right.
therefore, the nature of argumentation is a pseudo. Okay, we'll go past that. Recall that contradictions
If
are falsely.
exclusion in general is never generic, right? Exclusion is never generic. Property rights, right? Like are always, instantiated like through, you know, definite acting individuals. They originate through definite acting individuals, you know, acting in definite times, like that's what Hobbes
And
says, so like it's very particular, there's no non-specific exclusion whatever, so that like the same, right? If ownership is never not like generic, right, or non-specific, then also aggression can't be.
So let me continue on. To be abundantly clear, to avoid any confusion, the person is not being prevented from making these claims by a judge or a cop or whatever physically coercing him into not making the claims. He's prevented by making the claims by the very nature of dialectic as such. In
Yeah.
other words,
Like this is the part where it's like, okay, we need better epistemology here, right?
yeah, which
And,
is
and that's what I do. I just bring it, like I just have better epistemology here, where it's just like, you know, there's no basis for preferring any arbitrary claim over any other claim, you know, and that's just like
rather.
that's not, like once we have that, we have to have some basis to prefer some claim over another claim,
Lord Coke explains that the word estoppel is used because a man's own act or acceptance stoppeth or closeth up his mouth. and dialogical refers to dialogue, aka argumentation. So we can say that a man is, by the nature of argumentation as such, stopped from making certain inconsistent or contradictory claims. To say that a person is stopped from making certain claims means that the claims cannot be even possibly be right, because
I
they
guess
are.
I would say instead of argumentation, I would say more broadly by the nature of evidentiary reasoning.
Mhm. Which, that I guess that refers to particularly arbitration, because we're bringing evidence in
I mean, yeah,
arbitration.
arbitration is like is an instrument of evidentiary reasoning.
I think that's something that like you can see all the ways that I would have gotten misled by this, because the other thing is that Zulu doesn't touch on arbitration that much, like arbitration theory specifically. He talks about
Yeah,
punishment.
like, and I told you that's like a neglected like area, you know?
Yes. It's always been neglected. I mean, I
Because
understand arbitration.
we need a better epistemology before we can even tackle like the most basic stuff, most basic problems in it, you know?
Hmm. And I think it is one of the more remote parts of law, specifically because such a it's such a concrete science,
Right.
because we're having to uh it's what deals with some of the most concrete facts, the
Right, and then we
kind of
spiral
like
back, and
situation.
that's how I spiral back. You know, I got into arbitration a little bit, then I spiraled back, and like I really saw how like like the ecopsych stuff really applies to like property rights and all that.
Yes. I mean, I I had thought about arbitration for good bacon. I always had arbitration down pat. I actually learned a lot about arbitration from For New
Yeah,
Liberty because of the way that Rothbard talks about criticisms of the state. He kind of elucidates like an outline of arbitration, not like
yeah. It's
what's
it's
within,
just
but
the lack of epistemology that like once you do it, once you have the epistemology and you get into arbitration, then you can do some real spiraling. Like you can see the integration is crazy, right? There's so much stuff like that opens up, right?
Mhm.
Like we were
So
talking about yesterday. You remember, guys? Sakura. Oh no, we it
Yeah.
opened up a lot of things that we were talking about.
Oh yeah, I wrote them down. I mean, they're pretty interesting.
can I have your notes, por favor, please?
They're not great,
God.
but yeah, I mean, I can.
Yeah, we should have
Uh,
recorded it, man.
Yeah.
uh, God, if only.
I mean,
So
I think his notes were just like listing things that we talked about so we can remember.
Yeah. Yeah. I should bullet
I
them.
mean, that even helps if I just need to like be like pick something and be like, what the fuck was this?
Yeah. Let me space it off. Let me make it a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, what were you saying? Stratino?
So continuing on, applying estoppel in such a manner perfectly complements the very purpose of dialogue. Dialogue is by its nature an activity aimed at finding truth. Anyone engaged in argument, or I'm just gonna do like evidentiary, arbitration, whatever, is necessarily endeavoring to discern the truth about some particular subject. To the extent this is not the case, there is no dialogue occurring, but mere babbling or even physical fighting. Nor can this be denied. Anyone engaging in argument long enough to deny that truth is the goal of discourse contradicts himself, because he is himself asserting or challenging the truth of a given proposition.
Yeah, this
Thus,
is another problem. It's like we're just like putting this abstract like truth on a pedestal as like the fucking like the goal, right?
mhm,
And it's like what do we don't even know what it is. We gotta look at the evidence, you know.
mhm.
We gotta look at the evidence. That's the most important thing.
Well, they refer to it as like the laws of dialectic. Um, this is some like Idleworkian type shit that you'd hear.
Yeah, it's probably from Idlework.
Well, I mean, it was from Idlework. Idlework was the one who liked to use the term dialectic. Um, and he would talk about like engaging in dialectic, and I was like, this is like some Hegelian shit. I know
Yeah.
it's like dialectic had a word before Hegel, but ever since Hegel, it's been fucking disease.
And I think Zulu just hasn't done the work of resolving these like these epistemological like faults, like the from his old ways of thinking, right?
He hasn't
Or
grown
whatever.
off the
So
cheated body.
yeah, so his old ways of thinking, like the rationalism from there, is always just leaking back in.
I mean, honestly, to be fair, Ira Work is probably one of the worst people he could have gotten a steady foot with. Um, so there's definitely that. So if we continue on, thus the assertion as true of anything that simply cannot be true is incompatible with the very purpose of discourse. Anything that cannot be true is contrary to the truth-finding purpose of discourse, and thus is not permissible. Yeah, that is the thing, is that, like, that's why I always think of, when I'm thinking about Estoppel, it's just like fucking Crusoe and Friday on the island. That was always what I thought of when dealing with the hypotheticals, where it's just like, Crusoe's on the fucking sand, and then Friday, like, pushes him out the way, and then he pushes Friday back, and then he's like, that's what it was like, or like, Friday takes out his, like, Crusoe's
Yeah,
fucking
just like remember, you always gotta remember hypotheticals are meant to demonstrate something, right? So
Yeah.
Crusoe and Friday, I think it's best to just demonstrate that the principles of Crusoe's survival without Friday, they do not change when Friday enters the picture, right? Like he must produce like production before consumption,
I
he has to
think
produce values to consume, you know
I
like
think
to enjoy
different.
the benefits of it. You know what I mean? So like Rothbard talks about this in Ethics of Liberty, right? The principles of Crusoe's survival on the island before Friday comes, right? Do not change when Friday enters the picture. He just has more,
His,
opportunities,
yeah,
right?
his greater affordances.
Yeah.
I think what's been so difficult about understanding arbitration is that because I don't think you're able to use simply the Crusoe and Friday, like, hypotheticals to demonstrate arbitration,
Oh no,
because
yeah. This is like I talked about this in like yesterday. I don't know if you've seen me talk about this before. What I'm saying, where I said like we can't like not assume a vast and like dense network of contracts, right? That every single individual is like just like inescapably like embedded in, like even just growing up in this whole like society, like they would
yes,
like as they're growing up, like they're entering into more and more contracts, and those people have contracts with more and more like other people, right?
yeah,
So
that was
Yeah.
actually the same exact thing that I was about to say. I was
and you
going to
can't do
mention that.
anything without like embedding yourself in this network of contracts, right? In NCAP, right? You just can't do anything unless it's through contracts. So, and I've talked about this a lot. Like in Rothbard says in Man Economy State, how we can't even talk about economics, right? Really, like we can't even really analyze economics, right? Or talk about the facts of economics, right? Without already assuming property rights and a property
Yes,
based order, and like a theory of property rights, you know what I mean?
I mean, something that Rothbard also talks about I think it was the Fundamentals of Human Action, when he's talking about direct exchange. He talks about how, the moment that we even enter into the situation of exchanging goods, we're already getting into title transfer and
Right.
theory of contracts and all of that. So, like, like the entirety of exchange,
Right, and
is
so
elucidating.
like we talked about the implications about that a little bit, like
Yeah. One.
how there would probably be since you're embedded in this like network of contracts, there like if you do any number like any one crime at all, right? You would probably have like 100 or so different firms like that you owe money to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you agreed to transfer whatever. Like if you do this,
We gave an example of
like with the
abortion.
contracts, like in your HOA, your employer, your uh like your insurance, the road, the owner of the road, all of this stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we gave the example of abortion. Like if a woman commits
and like
abortion.
they have their own contracts with like these other firms, you know what I mean, right? And they just
Mhm.
won't enter into these contracts unless like there's all these stipulations, you know.
I mean, I think the other thing is that like there will probably be very fair and just like agreements the because there's going to be so much competition around
Right.
what are the best markings on the contract to make such that like we're not like that's what deters from draconianism is that like
Right.
you,
And but like
you are
contract law today now is like just super obscure, you know.
yes you got to read the
It tries
fine
to use the
print.
most obscure language and all that, you know.
Oh, the other
The more
thing, that reminds me is that people are talking about you got to read the fine print. It's like the terms of service. It's like that's not even a real contract. You're not agreeing to anything there. You're not even fucking like reading it. You have no clue what's
right,
going on there. Like you
right. The
have to actually
contract
agree.
is not. The contract is not dependent on like the medium. You know what I mean? That like you can articulate it, like you communicate it or whatever. You know.
Yes, like you have to actually like agree, understand.
Like this is a key thing about communication that people seem to fucking miss. You know.
Mm.
You have to have an independent access to what you're communicating. It cannot be, based in communication, right?
Mm.
You have independent access to like what you're able to link back to what you're using to communicate it. You know what I mean? Like a sign or whatever.
Mhm.
That like if you have a sign that's saying like property like trying to communicate property, right? Like I had this conversation in Zulu server. Like this communication can't be the basis because
Mm.
what is it communicating? It must be communicating, you know, something else that's ascertainable independent of it. You know what I mean?
Mm.
How is the like because that's how you read the sign and then you connect it to that because you have independent access to it.
Well, I mean, what's always been said, and I think that it's very well said, is that it has to be an objective and also interpersonally ascertainable border. It's not just that it's interpersonally ascertainable, but it's also objective.
Right, right.
Um,
And you saw what I've been like. I don't know if you saw what I've been writing on that, like how like borders are like thresholds, like defined on like action specific dimensions.
I hadn't.
But I've been writing about that to try and clarify all that stuff.
Um, so I guess if we go back to
Estoppel.
we go back to Estoppel. So applying Estoppel, let's apply this theory of Estoppel to the case of A punching B. Assume
Well, what do you
is
think? My theory of Estoppel is to be like like steel man me first, you know.
from what I understand, is that it within okay, well we wouldn't be at arbitration. We'd be talking just about Estoppel's the preferential treating of consistent claims over inconsistent claims.
Are you asking a question?
Oh no, I was saying that from what I understand that your understanding of estoppel was the preferential treatment of consistent claims over inconsistent claims.
Yeah.
Um. So um. Let's see. Let's apply this theory of estoppel to the case of A punching B. Assume that this is the extent of the assault, as the question of defending an ongoing aggression shall be discussed in the next section. B decides he wants to punish A in an eye for an eye manner by punching him back, or perhaps hiring a champion, B, to punch A if B cannot. See, that's the thing. He
Right,
just
like what
already
basis?
starts
Like,
with.
yeah. I gave this example. Like, I was like, remember, I was like, A punches B, whatever, right? And then like I bring the claim to arbitration, right? And then I'm like, then I'm like, I'm gonna, call up Mike Tyson. I'm gonna have Mike Tyson punch him, right? Like, what basis do I have for that, right? Uh, I mean, whatever it is, it's definitely gonna be defeated by the evidence that the other side points to. You know what I mean? That no. Let's look at the facts, right? That's not what the facts call for.
Yes.
So they would be able to lower the severity of the punishment, the asserted claim there.
And I think what am I thinking? Alright, what I'm thinking about is like you have that one stream from Zulu where he's
But you
he
see,
has
like
a
it's like the evidence. You know, it's there's this quality of evidence, right? Like the strength of it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's like you make this claim, and then it's just open to being just defeated. You know, because it's not strong enough. It's not sufficient,
Yeah.
right? But that's
Yeah.
it's good, right? We start vague, and then we get to the most objective. Like it's gonna be completely unambiguous what the punishment should be at the end. You know what I mean?
Mhm. I see. But what I was gonna mention is that you have like the one Zulu stream of and this further leads to the confusion. Like it's no fucking wonder that everybody is confused about Estoppel when like I watched the one Zulu stream and he has Acorn on, and Acorn's just asking a bunch of questions. And he's like, okay, so let's say that A rapes B, right? And B wants to punch A back, right? Yes. So so B goes and rapes A, and then like Zulu's answering on the basis of just that conflict where Zulu's like, yeah, well, you can just like rape him back, but he's using like classes
No,
of
yeah, you can't
aggression.
rape the rapist. This is
Oh,
another point.
that's the other
You
thing.
can't rape the rapist because I mean proportionality isn't even a question here because the maximum punishment is death, right? And like the mens rea, right? I mean there are stops from arguing against being killed. It's just that simple, right? Because like I gave my argument for that. I don't know if you remember my argument for that.
Um, I do,
Right.
but I
So like there's stopped from arguing against being killed, and that's that. There's then proportionality just isn't even relevant, and and it's really these cases, especially where we can come to like these sort of agreements, right, for a lesser punishment, kind of right,
Mhm.
because proportionality just isn't even relevant. But uh, but there's we like talked about that, and like an implication I think of that is like there's sort of like a double jeopardy kind of situation, right? Because you can't. There's no such like you can't sign it like you can't have a contract where like you're, you know, going into like voluntary servitude, right? This kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Right. So it can't be like the condition of the contract is I transfer my life, I transfer my body, you know, I transfer like you can kill me. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That can't be the condition of the agreement or whatever the contract for like so whatever contract that's you know arrived at right whatever the evidence
Mhm.
calls for right like if like if there's no evidence against like what's going on here you know what I mean and
Mhm.
they agree on that right like it can't be the condition can't be you know I sell like I'll transfer my life or whatever you know like so death completely like they can't be killed anymore they're not stopped from arguing as being killed anymore uh like there's kind of a double jeopardy there they can't be brought to arbitration over it again.
I mean, yeah, I that reminds me of how I was having issue with understanding proportionality with respect to death. Um, when
But
I was
obviously,
thinking about
double jeopardy. That's a metaphor. Double jeopardy isn't valid. Right? Like
um,
how like you just can't be prosecuted again for the crime or whatever when new evidence like this and that. But it's like a metaphor. Right? Like I don't mean literally.
mhm. So we're like we can't reopen that case.
Yeah, but
Um,
you can't kill them.
yes,
They're not stopped from arguing against being killed anymore. Yeah,
it
you can't just
reminds
like
me.
you can't arbitrarily like just change the conclusion of the arbitration right? Like down the road, like you just are like, you know what? I'm just gonna kill him, right? Because they can't like the agreement, right, that they came to can't be, right? That they're signing, like they're signing away their life, right? They're transferring their life or whatever on this condition that they break or whatever. You know what I mean?
Reminds
That's
me of
invalid.
the. This actually reminds me of the problem of prisons.
Yeah.
Because I was arguing for prison abolitionism, um, and I don't know why,
I
but
mean, see, yeah, but that in that case, a prison would be viable. I think. Could it?
really?
Or is that also like slavery?
No, that's slavery.
You think?
Prison is always slavery. Um, I
Well,
think that
like it's just like I like it's not like they can be killed, right? If they don't
Mhm.
restrict their movements as such, right? Remember that can't be the condition, right? So we can have the conditions be such that like you have to like pay like you have to be like, you know what I mean? Like it's gonna be really like there's gonna be incentive not to break this contract or whatever, right? It's gonna be like the cost is more, right, for them, I guess, right? Like the conditions, right? But it would just be like just uh, things that they can transfer. You know what I mean?
so. Bob Murphy talked about in one of his books, which
But you get
I
what I'm
actually
saying, right? In
yes.
that sense, it would be valid to say like I agree to transfer. I agree to transfer if I do not restrict my movements, right? To like this like facility.
Yeah, no, so Bob Murphy talks about uh the case of prisons where he talks about a valid interpretation of prison. I don't think that it is prison. It's just voluntary confinement where he's talking about if somebody is in a contract where the contract is like go to prison or pay this obscene amount of money. That's in the
Right.
contract, and we agree to that. Then it's like, of course, we're going to accept the prison agreement, and any time he's able to get out of prison, but he has to pay that fine.
And it's like perfectly valid, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the evidence is calling for that, right? It doesn't, the evidence isn't against that.
Mm-hmm. And that's something that like kind of fixed the issue of prisons, but otherwise, like prison as because prison is treated as the default, um, in order to like you just go to jail, and then that
And
is
really
slavery.
like that's why I say like in most cases it would only be for these crimes where there's no proportionality. It's just we have the maximum punishment, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've reached the limit, right? Where there's even a question of proportionality. There's not a question of proportionality here. So in those cases, that's where you would see most of these like agreements happen, right? It
Mm-hmm.
it would be like it would be very hard to like make that happen in any other case, right? Where there is proportionality, because then it has to answer to the evidence. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
And
Right? The agreement
yeah.
has to answer to the evidence, like, and it has to be like, and also it can't be like we haven't fully completed the arbitration and we haven't exhausted all the evidence and like we haven't reached the undefeatable like conclusion at the end, right? It can't be that. So like there would be very few cases where like both of those things can be true. Like we can have this agreement and we can have this undefeatable conclusion. You know?
Mm-hmm. Um, I mean, I remember before I had a lot of issues with punishment because like I understood punishment with respect to arbitration. It was always just like, where the fuck does this punishment norm come from out of mens rea? It never made sense to me. But um, I remember in the case of trafficking, I had always said that the proportional punishment was death. Um, and I remember the issue that I was coming
Well,
with
it's
is that
not, there
like,
is no proportional punishment. Like we get like to be
well,
precise.
yeah,
There is no proportional punishment.
I'm being a bit vulgar. Um,
Death,
but
death is not the proportional punishment. It's just there is no proportional punishment.
Yes. But I had said that like just the punishment for trafficking was death. So like
Right.
fucking throw me in a van and you're like driving me where presumably to probably get like butt fucked. And
But you remember my
yeah,
argument there. I was like, if you can't determine that, if they didn't fully resist, right? If the victim didn't fully resist, that
yes.
they would be killed. If you can't
Actually,
determine that, then death is, the punishment, right? That we've reached the maximum punishment. There's no proportionality, question of proportionality. That's how I would
yeah.
state it now. Uh, that's how I'd like qualify it now. Like there's no proportionality. This is the limit right here. This is the standard, right? Where we reach the limit of where there is a question of proportionality. It's where if the victim fully resisted, right,
Never connect.
that they would be killed. If you can't determine that they wouldn't be killed if they fully resisted, right? If there's no evidence for that, right? Then we've reached the limit where proportionality has any say.
And an example that Dagny had given yesterday when we were talking about it was the like a Bill Cosby situation where he like drugs these people and then rapes them.
Are one of you guys recording? I hope one of you guys are recording.
I am
I'm
recording,
recording right now. I'm on my computer now.
Okay, based. Awesome.
but
Hell yeah. So an example was Bill Cosby, like, slipping fucking Molly in like a margarita, and then, he just like fucks somebody. He rapes them. The proportionality over that.
Right, remember proportionality isn't given by Estoppel.
Mhm.
So once we have that, right, like that's a very like economical principle, just like proportionality isn't given by Estoppel. It doesn't give you Estoppel, and you get a lot of problems when you try to make it give you Estoppel. I make it give you proportionality. I mean,
So then, like, one of these people, they got raped by Bill Cosby, and then they're just like, God damn it, man, I think I just, like, my asshole hurts. I'm gonna go to court. And and then, they're going up to arbitration, and they're like, this Bill Cosby fellow, I don't know if you heard of him, but he, slipped fucking Molly in my margarita and butt fucked me. And then, no, okay, I guess Bill Cosby's gay now, but this little boy, he provides all this evidence here of intent, um, and I presume that if we were to take this case, if we were to assume that little boy over here were fully conscious during the rape, that he would not. I mean, obviously he did not consent to that. And then if he were to try to resist, we can't determine whether Bill Cosby would have like killed him or not. Is Bill Cosby able to just like come up there and be like, yeah, I'm like a nice guy, and everybody knows I'm like I'm a real good guy. I would never kill anybody. I
no, like
it's just
He
like
has evidence.
there's Yeah, I mean, like, if there's like, is there any kind of evidence where we can just say that, like, this person, oh, he's such a, like, you'll have all these moms that'll be like, oh, like, George is such a sweet boy, he would never kill
well, I
anyone
wouldn't
in his
say
life.
I wouldn't I wouldn't I would say the onus is not on me, right? Like, is there any kind of evidence? You tell me,
Yes. I mean, if
I,
like,
can I, could I
like
interject,
what is it?
Stratino?
What evidence? What is it?
Could I interject and maybe give an example that I think I helped, like, I could see actually happening would be like if we're talking about rape, you know, if you have a 30-year-old raping a younger woman or whatever, he's obviously doing it against her will and he would probably kill her, right? Like there's
yeah,
even if he didn't
Well,
kill
it's
her,
not even like we don't even have to say
yeah,
like he would probably kill her, right? It's
right, but
like the whole point, right? Like I explained this all when I first explained why rape is like the punishment is death, The whole point is like that. If they resist, like, I'm struggling to find the
But-
words because I'm struggling to remember how exactly I put it. You know what I mean?
Right, but the point I was trying to make is if an 18-year-old rapes a 17-year-old and they're in college and they're both drunk, that's a little different. That's
I mean, their age doesn't really matter.
well,
You know?
well, no, that is all evidence. Their mental state does matter, because the 18-year-old probably.
Their mental state is not determined by their age.
I agree. I never said that. No, I'm just saying.
So then, why is the age important to the mental state?
Age is absolutely important to mental state. I mean,
No.
Yeah.
Not. It's like
No.
there's like a correlation there, but we can't work off of a correlation.
I agree, but we're working off.
Yeah.
I agree. Like I'm not saying, mental state and age are the same thing or work together. Like, but there is an 18-year-old.
You're just saying the typical
Yeah,
18-year-old.
the typical
Yeah.
like the typical 18-year-old rapes a 17-year-old at a party in college. Was he going to kill her? Was he or was this just a
Well, can you determine what evidence can you point to determine that if she fully resisted, that she would not be killed?
Yeah, I was about to mention, if it's like a college frat party and this girl is like getting drunk and this guy is drunk and they're just like fucking, then like I don't even know how she would be able to provide the case that was rape.
Well,
We're just
I
both
agree.
fucking.
Not just that. I'm like, I assume he's talking about like actual like rape, you know?
I
I assume he's talking about like she got drugged, you know, like.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
it's like somebody who
I-
very obviously wouldn't be willing to engage
she's
in
a-
like
yeah,
sexual
yeah.
action. And then
No,
I see.
then she gets drunk, and then she's like kind of intoxicated,
Yeah.
so she's like lenient.
I'm thinking more like the boy got mixed signals.
Well, Nye has a good, like there's a Nye rape chart. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Stratino-
yeah.
Am I good?
Nye's rape chart is actually decent. You know?
That's
Rape
crazy.
chart.
Something that Nice
Rape
actually
chart.
contributed that was, I feel like Nine's original guardianship essay was not even that bad. It just seems like he's come to like change his mind about it a lot.
No, yeah, he's just fucking. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that.
But
Have you
what I was
read the
gonna mention-
discussion I had with him on that? Like the fucking debate I had with him on that?
Yeah, we were gonna go over that, but I don't think we had ever done so. I'm sure I probably
we
could,
should. We should do that. We should go over that.
But
Let's
one
finish up
example.
this discussion and then go to that if you're done.
Sure. The one thing I was gonna bring up though is let's imagine like Stephen Hawking, and like Stephen Hawking, completely paraplegic. He doesn't have like the means to be able to murder anybody, and he gets his RoboCock and he sticks it up her ass.
Jesus.
I mean, he doesn't have the ability to murder this person, but he's
I don't even
able
know
to
if you have the
merely.
ability to rape somebody. Really.
I mean, how do you determine that a priori? You know what I mean? Like,
No.
yeah, he can't kill them. You know? Like,
I mean, like, if we were to get like a fucking ballistic dummy over here, and then Stephen Hawking's trying to
yeah, that's evidence. You know, you're like this is what
Yeah.
they would bring to the defense would start. You know, pointing to. You know,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Or I guess Stephen Hawking would probably pay somebody to kill somebody, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
Or we get
Yeah, he could do that. He's a fucking like, and then the plaintiff would be like, "Well, this guy's fucking rich, you know. He's gonna, you know, he's not gonna let his reputation be tarnished by this, right? He's gonna fucking kill her."
Yeah, I mean, like maybe Stephen Hawking goes on like fucking those like betting sites, and then he's like, I bet
Like, and we
$2,000.
have these like chat logs where he's like saying like, "I'll kill any bitch," you know, like, like this is all evidence, right? We have to look at the evidence, right? Not just try and say like this is like the a priori criteria that determines it, you know?
Mhm.
Evidence.
So there are cases of rape in which there is, punishment then.
Right. It's like, yeah, like and evidence must answer to evidence, right? So it wouldn't be that often. I think, right, that like rape
Yeah.
would just be like, death, death penalty immediately, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're likely because I mean unless the defendant is just like they're just like, okay, I'm not
Yeah, I
gonna
raped
present
that bitch and I enjoyed it.
I'm not gonna argue with that, but
I
if
see.
they do argue, like we'll eventually come to the best conclusion there.
I see. All right.
Trust.
It might
the
not be that
evidence.
often,
Trust the evidence.
because think about it. Also, it's those cases where death is, we had the maximum punishment here, right? It's those cases
Mhm.
where like those agreements happen, right, where they go for the lesser punishment,
Mm-hmm. And by the way, when you say that mens rea gives you the punishment norm, you don't mean that it gives you restitution as well, because you're owed restitution even without mens rea.
Right.
You're talking about specifically a retribution.
There's an ongoing conflict until restitution, is affected.
Yes. And so far as I had been concerned, after that was the end of the conflict, and then there was nothing else for us to look at.
Yeah, there's still this punishment norm,
Mm-hmm.
There's this fact, right? If we don't address it, right, like we have to be proactive about it, even the defendant wants to fucking address it and exhaust the evidence, and we were going to this, like how the car thief, it would probably be like, yep, this is exactly where I was, what I was doing, like I broke into that car, this is where I put it, I took it over here, and I was breaking in cars all week, man. You should contact the owners. Because if they leave any holes open, right, any holes at all, right? If they suppress any evidence, because any evidence that they know about, right, pertaining to means, motive, and opportunity, if they pertain any evidence that they know about, if they suppress it, right, then those are holes that can be, somebody else can homestead, the punishment, right, and then they can get double restitution off backs, no matter what, just double restitution.
And so I was arguing with
And what do you think about that? The like double restitution as the baseline.
double restitution as the baseline,
Yeah.
or
If you have mens rea, like double
well,
restitution is the baseline.
well,
Proportionality.
it would have to be, because
You can
you
point to
have
it.
mens rea. Yes, you have to be able to point to it, and then I
You
think
can
that
point
it's
to
that.
restitution. Like you can point to it in every case, because like it has to be the case that they're like we have to deal with restitution. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So
That
we point to what the actions were that restituted, the victim, right? And that's like, so that's what we can use as a standard, right? As a metric for, proportionality here, right?
Mhm.
So we can just use that in every single case, right? We can use that as a baseline, as long as you have something to bring to arbitration, right? And there's mens rea, right? Then you can get double restitution. Even if you and this is even after the fact, like if they fucking steal your car, right, and then you go and get beers with them, right, you don't consider all the relevant evidence, you know what I mean? You don't exhaust the evidence, right? You just go get beers with the guy, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
There's going to be like they won't accept that, right? The defendant, they won't want to accept that. They will want to proceed with the arbitration and take the punishment, whatever it is. You know what I mean? Because if they leave any holes open, where like remember, we haven't arrived at this conclusion that's undefeatable, that can't, like any other claims would have to, bring in evidence of their own that's stronger, but there is no evidence that's stronger, right? We haven't got there yet. So somebody else can homestead it, Homestead the punishment right. The
I
punishment norm.
think.
Or the right to affect it.
Mhm.
Because they've just abandoned it, effectively.
I think that the only thing that I do not understand, if somebody were to um ask me, and we'll take like any of these scenarios where we have definite mens rea, and you know that's something perceptible there, where you perceive that there's an intent there. Um, if someone were to ask me, uh, where in that mens rea does the punishment norm arise? I would not be able to fucking tell them, and that's been the issue that I've been grappling with for
Well,
years.
did I kind of answer that?
Um, I don't feel like it's fully fleshed out. Like I don't. I
Well,
remember you talking about that.
remember, it's an empirical question. That's like what I'm
Mhm.
saying. You know?
Mhm.
Well, the punishment norm, not the punishment norm is not like, I mean the proportionality aspect, and don't try to make Estoppel give you proportionality. So we just say we don't particularize the punishment norm at all. It's just whatever is determined to be the proportional punishment, right? That's just Estoppel. That's what it justifies, you know.
Mhm. And
And the
I.
question of proportionality there is an empirical question.
Mhm. But before proportionality, we're not at proportionality yet. This guy intentionally initiates a conflict. He has mens rea. It's just like, where does the punishment norm come from that?
Remember,
Like,
it's an
where does
invariant.
this like?
It's an invariant. You know, like just it preserves truth. You know what I mean? Like like if we're looking at it formally, right, and we say truth is, you know, whatever, you know, preserves this symmetry, preserves this invariant, right, preserves this fact, right. Then any operations, right, that preserve that fact, right, are, you know, admissible. Right, you can't like, because then you'd just be evading the facts, right?
Because I
And
was
remember,
arguing.
you know, the arbitrary can't stand up to, you know, the non-arbitrary, right? There's no basis to prefer the arbitrary over the non-arbitrary, the less or no evidence over more like evidence, you know, the stronger evidence.
Mhm. If I go back to the argument that I was having with what the fuck is his name? I can never pronounce it. It's just He was at Two Girls and Cap. If I go all the way back to the argument that I was having about it, because I had asked you the question, and he had mentioned uh
Like they
biological
can't bring
estoppel.
any evidence, like the defendant, they can't bring any evidence, they can't bring any claims that would contradict the fact of mens rea, right? They can't like anything they bring would have to preserve that fact, right?
Mhm.
It has to be consistent with that fact, with their intention.
And so if I let me find this because I remember Doug chimed in and then he like kind
Evidence
of
of the
derailed.
case. Remember, evidence of the case. So it has to be consistent with the mens rea. That's a fact of the case. You know, the evidence has to be coherent. All the evidence,
Hard.
right?
Mhm. So I I go back here. He says
And we don't start from no evidence. We have a prima facie case, so they have to bring some evidence. Uh, or if they don't bring any evidence, then you know we can just say whatever. We can do whatever.
Mhm. um
But then you
so
know their next of kin or whatever is gonna bring some evidence. You know, they're gonna be like, "Oh, you fucking murdered this guy
I was
for
asking
stealing
for
your
the
car."
I remember the initial issue that I had brought up because I had linked a message is that I was asking for the positive position on which we inf- have a punishment norm at all. And you're saying that I think the positive case is the aggression that they committed. This is their position. They have demonstrated it, and they don't get to evade it. And then I
Right.
had
We
asked,
have
what
a
is?
prima facie case. We've established that much. We don't start from no evidence.
And then I'd asked, what is their position exactly? And he said their actions at the very least. And I said, sure, but surely it isn't that they
Well,
should own your arm.
yeah,
It's
well, that's
surely
not
that.
what I just said. I a little bit more nuanced. Like it's literally like you know what I just said. Fuck.
That we have a prima facie case.
What I said just before the.
Oh fuck. Because that was what I had relevantly.
It was on the tip of my
Alright.
tongue, and then I fucking forgot it.
Oof.
Look, just keep going, and I'll remember it.
All right. I had said sure, but surely it's just that their position is like. I think I had I brought up an example. I had said so he had said, say John kills my dog.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Arbitration.
I remember. I said it was. It's. We're talking about the facts of the case, right? The evidence relevant to the case, right? So we're not talking about whatever their intentions are now, or whatever, right? We're talking about the case. We're trying to exhaust the evidence of the case, right? So anything that we bring to the table, I mean, it can't be inconsistent with the fact of mens rea, which is it's a fact of the case, right? That's what we're arbitrating
Oh,
over.
I see. So he said, say John kills my dog. Arbitration rules that his mens rea was indeed killing my dog. John demonstrated that his position is that a man should have his dog
Well,
killed.
that's already particularizing the punishment norm. I mean, like, if you're trying to say that's the punishment norm, you know?
Which
Like,
is
that's
it's
not the
kind of
punishment norm, to be sure. Like, it's just the
sure.
fact of mens rea. You know, the invariance, right?
If I go over here, I was like I think that's just the main issue. It's difficult to like I understand that this mens rea is an invariant, but what about mens rea as an invariant or as an invariancy? Mens rea as a fact
It's an
here.
invariant. It's an invariant fact of the case. Every single other fact of the case, right? It runs through it. Like it can't be, inconsistent with the fact of mens rea. You know, that's
But
just what it means.
what about this invariant fact demands punishment? Like his what about
Well, it's just that
this
we
intention?
can't bring anything to the table that's inconsistent with that fact. You can't like deny that fact, you know?
And I agree with that. But what about that fact elucidates a punishment norm?
Like, what do you mean? The punishment norm is just whatever is determined to be the proportional punishment is justified.
Yes, like how do we just even have this just punishment as a concept here? And
Right.
I'm talking about retribution specifically, not just restitution. Retribution in particular, because there's
Well, it's because
I
they can't argue against it, remember? But it's in arbitration. They can't argue against it.
they can't provide any
Yeah.
counter evidence.
Yeah. They're like I shouldn't be able to fucking do this, you know?
And
So in effect they consent to it, you know? Because they have no basis for preferring the alternative. Nobody does. We have no basis for siding with the alternative claim at all.
and the it's not particularized. What we're claiming here is just that there is a punishment norm at all. So if I just say like this guy intended to have this guy had mens rea. He intended to do this. There is a punishment norm there, and he cannot argue against that. And that is what the estoppel is.
Estoppel is just the preference for consistent over inconsistent claims, I think.
And I understand that. Um, I just, God, it's so fucking difficult to get because, like,
Because it's through the process. Because if we don't start with exactly, it's might start vague. Like we don't have a very like good idea of exactly what the proportional punishment should be. You know.
Mhm.
And it's through this process of arbitration that we arrive at that we get to this, like the most objective answer to that, so
Mhm.
like there's no arguing with it, there's no alternative that somebody can just come along, right, and say like, no, I think it should be this way. You know what I mean? They have no basis for
Mhm.
saying that. Nobody does.
Mhm. So,
But it's like it crystallizes, you know what I mean, as the evidence accumulates from both sides, what exactly the punishment should be. And at the end, it's completely unambiguous. There's no ambiguity whatsoever as to what the punishment should be.
see, I think that is the real difficulty is that you have to have a crazy sharp epistemology in order to understand arbitration. Like there's nothing that Rothbard can do there to elucidate it for you with Crusoe and Friday. Like Manicotti and State, I doubt would even be able to
Yeah, I
cover
don't know. I
arbitration.
guess I'm just like the only one who could have said that, who came to that conclusion.
Fucking maybe, because this is still out of my wheelhouse. I'll be honest. Like I'm getting to the upper limits here of what I get, so I guess like arbitration is gonna be my next fucking endeavor.
Well, like,
Um,
do
It's.
you understand
I'll
what I
say
just,
this.
like, how I just explained it, right?
I I think the
Like,
thing is
just what I
everything.
explained right now, like,
It's easy to follow, but it's hard to integrate.
I like, it's
I had to
best,
really
like, because we're
integrate it.
discussing it, you can help refine your understanding of it if you like try and articulate it,
Yes.
yourself.
So I understand that. I understand everything but the foundation. So I understand that Estoppel is, preferential treatment of consistent claims over inconsistent claims, and I understand
Right.
that.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Okay, the problem is, right, like I've been circling around this, right? It's like the foundation is not fixed in advance. It can't be. It has to be continuous, like throughout the whole, process really of this evidentiary reasoning, It
So
has, it has to be continuous to the whole thing, right? It can't be fixed in
explain that.
advance. And I think that's like where you're looking for a foundation, like it must be fixed in advance, you know what I mean, instead of, like the ground is below my feet as I'm walking, you know what I mean, like, but it's not the same ground, right? Like it's just, I mean, it's the same ground, but like it's continuous with me walking, like my walking, right? I don't walk in the same place, right?
I actually explain that because you might be onto something there.
Well, basically, like any steps you take, the ground is going to be right there below your feet. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But you can trace those steps. You know what I mean? Because they're all on the ground, the same ground, in the same world.
Mm-hmm. And
And it remains
I think.
grounded at every step. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't like we don't consider what's the grounding like of this step, right? Irrespective of the step, right?
Mm-hmm. Um. So. Hmm. Fuck. This is like. God, why isn't this what we're fucking talking about in the libertarian circles? Why is this never what they're fucking talking about? It's always like,
I don't know, because like
I,
I integrate it all, like with ontology and epistemology and like everything I'm doing there.
hmm, like it's because like I'm trying to understand
You need
this.
to give it to Zulu so he can fucking fix his shit, bro.
Zulu's not gonna listen. Zulu's gonna be like some young boy said that who one time like fibbed about his age. Invalid. But um I think that so what I will give you the perspective whether it's fallacious or not, I have no clue, but it'll certainly elucidate on where I am standing, the standing ground that I'm on, trying to understand this. So like the way that I'm looking at it is like there has to be some sort of like foundation for this punishment norm thing. Like there has to be some sort of point at which like a punishment norm comes into the
Well, remember, nothing happens unless you affect the punishment norm. Nothing happens, right? That was like the first point we got.
Yeah. Yes, but does that mean that it's not a good in that instance? That it like, if
Well,
we just don't act on it and nobody's acting on it, does it disappear? What goes on? Like, is it when we go to arbitration that we're like,
if we can take the steps that preserve the invariant, right? The invariance there, right? Then we can take it to arbitration. That's what the whole thing. What
take
mens rea, like what Estoppel is doing. What mens rea is doing. We're preferring the consistent claims over the inconsistent claims because those track the symmetry.
so is arbitration a means of preserving the invariancy of the punishment norm?
Yeah, but also like it's like through that way that we get to what the most like objective like punishment like what it should be. You know what I mean?
What the proportionality is?
Right. I mean, it's like
Mhm.
you can't determine it a priori,
Mm-hmm.
and it's this process of evidentiary reasoning that's like not just one way but like two ways, like going two ways in arbitration, right? That we can exhaust the evidence, right? And it would be, and both parties would want to do this,
So now the way I'm seeing it is like you've played. This is gonna sound super random, but it's relevant here. You ever played Super Smash Bros?
uh yeah, I'm not that good at it.
I mean, that's the less relevant part because I'm also not good at it either. I don't play fucking video games. But the way I'm thinking about the punishment norm is like the fucking Smash Ball. And of course, the thing about the fucking Smash Ball
Oh,
is that
I don't know
anybody
what that
can.
is.
Oh, it's just a fucking thing that comes into the ether. It's like this invariant. Like you just treat it as an invariant, and then there is the ability to like preserve that invariant, or it just fucking fades away.
Yeah, that's so
And then
weird.
it's just like it's a weird way of looking at it, but that's the first thing that popped into my mind, and I'm trying to be like completely honest about where I'm coming in conceptualizing it, because the first things that I start with are like, what is this kind of similar to? And then that's like the loose footwork that I have to work with. Um, it's like there's this invariant here, and somebody is like, I want to preserve this invariant. We take it up to arbitration.
Well,
And
it's like it's like we were talking about with truth, right? Like the inherit like the heritability of truth, right? That's literally what it is. These are this exactly how truth is preserved or whatever. It's like it's truth, like it means truth is preserved over these operations, these specific operations,
Mhm.
these specific transformations.
um, God, now I don't feel as
From one step to
bad.
the other. Yeah.
I don't. Mhm. I don't feel as fucking bad not fully understanding this shit. Like it's something on the cusp of something completely new, but I have to fucking understand it. Um, the So with the heritability of truth, you are going through all of these. I think the perspective I'm coming from is like in order to
And we just
home-
say this symmetry, right, of mens rea, right? Like the intention here, like, is just that's the truth condition, right? And so
Mhm.
whatever preserves that, right?
Mhm.
And that's what we're tracing, right? We're tracing what the intent, like what the intent entails, you know?
Mhm.
Because like mens rea is only mens rea in specific respects.
So God, I need to remember what I was thinking about. I think I lost it. Damn it.
Talking about the inheritability of truth.
Yes, I was talking about the heritability of truth, but I'm trying to remember like what exactly I was gonna um get at with that. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. So the punishment norm is insteadable. Um, that must mean that it's a
Through the
good.
relevant operations that preserve.
Yeah,
Yeah.
through the relevant operations, but homesteadable nonetheless. And from what I understand, all you know, like only goods are homesteadable. They have to be economized, and is arbitration the means by which you economize
Yeah.
the punishment norm? All right. So then, as a good, um, that's the first thing that I have to start with. Like I'm thinking of this coming from like, God damn it, I'm a Roth
Oh,
party.
no, not the punishment norm. To be clear, the exclusive right to affect the punishment norm.
Mm. So that is okay. That does change things. So we're not homesteading the
Hold up, I'm
punishment
gonna
norm
mute
as such.
myself for a second.
All
I'm
right.
still listening.
So we're not changing the punishment norm as such. We're not like economizing on the punishment norm as such. That's just an invariant. We are economizing the ability to affect the punishment norm.
The will in those specific respects to
Mhm.
like preserving it such that and like until they're able to express their will in that respect, right?
But something about guardianship is that you also use it or lose it. Like you're either acting as a guardian there, or you're just not acting as a guardian there because
Right.
you're not preserving the
Because
relevant.
how else do you exclude others from it?
Yes. So
Yeah, it's one
that's
of
what
those things. It's not an immovable piece of land, right? It's like, you can only control the thing in order to, establish a distinction, like as a first comer from latecomers, right? You can only
Mhm.
do that according to the nature of the thing itself. So you like an immovable piece of land, you like I write about this in like the paper I'm writing, Here, I'll give you what I said. 1 second. Let me just pull it up. Yeah, so remember that only according to the nature of the thing is the distinction as a matter of action even possible, the distinction of owners from non-owners, right? So the nature of the thing determines the nature of the actions required to control it and the exclusion of others, viz. The nature of the thing determines what actions constitute control of it. So if it's something immovable like a field or river, then cultivating, fencing, or occupying its natural boundaries or otherwise embordering it in place may suffice. If it is a movable object, then moving it with you, enclosing it, storing it among your effects, or otherwise maintaining a border that moves with it may suffice. Right?
So
So it's like it's not special. That's the thing. You don't want to see it as like we're privileging like immovable land as the standard. Like it's not any more or less real, right? That's
Mhm.
just a movable land has these specific requirements for controlling it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And controlling it in the exclusion of others.
I
You get what I'm
see.
saying?
Yes. So
But then movable things, you need to maintain a border that moves with it.
mhm. Now, I mean the thing that I'm thinking about, because I understand that arbitration is the means or the nature by which you economize affecting the punishment norm.
Right.
But now there's just like I trace it back to like the punishment norm itself, and I'm just like, yeah, where did this come from? And it's just like I physically fucking can't
It's
integrate it.
there.
Like
It's not something separate. Like it's there the whole time. You know what I mean?
Of anything.
It's through. It has to run through every aspect,
mhm.
right?
Every aspect of
It's
what.
not something that comes beforehand.
Mhm.
It's something that's preserved through the whole process. And if it has like the process hasn't been completed, then it's open to somebody else coming in, right, and finishing it.
Mhm. I think like um I the what I'm thinking about now is like say I'm like divinity, where I'm just like I conflate fact and truth, and then you just ask like fucking is a rock true or false?
Wait, he said
And I
that?
can't I can't yeah no he conflated fact and truth in his argument with Andrew Wilson. So
Yeah.
like
Basically, remember, truth is just like it's just for like tracking symmetries. It's just for
yes.
tracking invariants. Like it's literally just like a label. We say like we could check like yes, it tracks here, and then it tracks over here. And we say yes, that's true because it tracks to this other true thing.
It's
It doesn't
heritability.
say anything else than that. So you can deduce that it's true because it tracks. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Like we're looking at all the predicatives, and then we're tracing the heritability back to like this thing. It's like this is true because this is true, and we can trace that back to that. But like what I'm thinking is, if like something like that where you ask the question and then they just are like kerfuffle to provide an answer. If I were to just say this
Because it's like we
punishment,
can trace the symmetry and then there's no symmetry without asymmetry, right? But like that also opens a possibility for symmetry breaking, right? So there's operations that break the symmetry and there's operations that preserve the symmetry. You know what I mean?
and what I'm thinking is like, you know, kind of like how when Rothbard is, in Man Economy and says like, okay, let's remove this thing. Look at all these fucking inconsistencies here. Look at like what this is all this crazy shit that's going on now. If I were to just say, fuck this punishment norm shit, it's not real. What is the question that you would just ask me to, just illustrate the pure idiocy
On
of
what
what I'm
basis?
saying?
Like, because like remember the arbitrary can't stand up to the non-arbitrary.
What if I just say like it's not
Like
fucking
I
real
don't
because
care, da da da. I don't care on what basis, right? Like what's the standard here? You're like, are you considering the requirements of carrying and like like what like or all the things that you're now restricting yourself from being able to do and achieve because they require you to care
Mhm.
in this respect, right?
Mhm.
Like just like I like this I got from Nathaniel Brandon, right? It's like if you distrust your mind, then you simply cannot accomplish and you cannot succeed in anything that would require you to trust your mind.
Hell yeah.
So, so if I say something like, this punishment norm isn't fucking real because I just like we can't find it or something like that. Like we just can't like I have no clue what it refers to, what the referent there is. If I'm trying to find like the referent for a punishment norm,
It's the invariance that's preserved over these operations in these contexts,
does that
and put
start
under these operations in this context, like do you not see that it can be like there's a symmetry here that can be preserved or broken under the relevant operations?
I see that for the intent that there's like this invariant intent with respect to the conflict.
Right,
and
but remember, we're arbitrating over the case, right? And we're talking about evidence pertaining to the case, right? So that's all we're considering. That's all that counts. That's all that's under consideration in arbitration. So, like, then you see like just how important that is, because like you can't bring in any evidence that's inconsistent with that symmetry. Like, okay, there's like a fly. Do you see what I'm saying?
Kill the fly.
Welcome to
Kill
today's
nature.
deep dive.
Kill
Today is
nature.
Friday, March 6th.
no,
Like, we already have a
the-
prima facie case. Remember, we already have a prima facie case.
Mhm. And then
So we have evidence that must be answered by evidence, or that any other evidence considered must answer to.
I think I'm just thinking here. I almost wonder if because I've not dealt with anything remotely like arbitration in my life. That's what's so difficult to understand. I've never gone to court. I've never had to deal with a court. I've never had to deal with stacking up
Well,
evidence.
think
and
about it
gathering
like this. Just like that's why I keep bringing it back to the arbitrary, right? This is just basic like epistemology, bro. You know what I mean? Like, just think about it like all the debates you've ever had. You know what I mean? There's no basis for preferring the arbitrary over the non-arbitrary, or one arbitrary claim over any other arbitrary claim.
And thinking about
That's what you like. Think in examples. Like the way I think in examples is just like, I mean, I'm getting this from my epistemology, like that I've refined like through countless debates and stuff,
I mean, because perhaps this is something that I've just always implicitly assumed, but I've never explicitly looked at it this way, where I'm like,
I mean,
oh,
you can
what's going on with
does
this
what I'm
debate?
saying like make sense? Yeah, you know what I mean? Does it track with does it integrate? You know?
Not quite yet, and I think it's just because I haven't looked. Like, let me look back at a. Actually, you know what might be relevant here? How about we just look at the debate with Nye as an example? I get on my computer
No,
here.
that might not be relevant.
Huh?
It might not be relevant, but I guess we can.
I'm just thinking of it's an example of it because we're like, think of all the debates I've had, and I'm like, why don't I just kind of look at one?
Okay. Yeah, we can. He was being very arbitrary, so yeah, we can.
Yeah, he was being very arbitrary, so we could be like, okay, let's see this in, as the communists like to say in practice.
Yeah, he was appealing to the arbitrary a lot.
Mhm. So, God, let me see how I'm able to. I am in Zulu server, miraculously, but I don't think I'd be able to stream. Um,
You have to switch accounts.
yeah.
Don't you have like a computer or something? You can just open it on another tab.
I see. Yeah, no, I'll just do that. Let me join on my computer. I've just been on my fucking phone.
Just don't join any VC. Well, I guess that wouldn't matter. It's not the same account.
Yeah. Let me.
What shock?
Yeah, for some reason you can't be in two VCs at once.
Yes. Me. Right. All right. There we go. Let me.
I mean, what's not integrating for you?
That what you're referring to, I just don't.
Like what it is, like think
can't-
about it and like ask yourself if I've already answered. You know what I mean? Like so, like because maybe you're not just you're just not considering what I've already said, like in the right context now.
What's
Like, because I've given you the answers,
not
you know, so you can ask the questions yourself, and like the answers will come to you. Like, oh yeah, these were the answers, you know. So ask yourself, like, okay, what is this? Da 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 da, and then the answers, like hopefully they would come to you, you know, because I've been explaining it for like fucking the past.
Yes, but it may take a lot more time than that to integrate because integration is a long fucking grueling process. Like sometimes
Yeah.
you're just getting dragged through the fucking.
I mean, you could
mud
start now
trying
and
to
try and
integrate.
articulate it. You know what I mean? Like what I'm saying. Like ask yourself, like, okay, what is this, right? And then like the answers, the answers should come. I'm saying the answers should come because I've been explaining it for a while.
I'm thinking about it in a broader sense right now. So like with arguments, you are any argument that I've been in, there is evidence for the claim here. And it's like look at this thing and look at that thing and look at this thing and look at that thing until there's just like indisputable evidence to where they just can't like object to it. It's kind of like when I'm in an argument and then they try to say something, but then I just refer back to something that I've already said, that I've already answered this, and like I've already answered that, and there's just no way for them to hold on to the position anymore. But I think the thing is like after that I was just like, yep, I guess I'm just correct, and then I moved on. It's like I never.
It's a lot more satisfying. I think you take a more Socratic approach and like you make them take the epistemic steps necessary to get to the conclusion, and then it's like how can they deny the epistemic steps they just like took? You know. So maybe uh Nye's one is not the best one to look at. You know, look at the we were talking about this yesterday. The debate I had with Boots. Well, not so much debate. I was explaining to him. Search up in my server from G. Let me think. Marker might work.
All right, let me try marker.
Oh yeah, the colored pencil. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
good.
So, um,
Okay, like go to the beginning because I break down this whole like example. You know.
yes, yes. Let me go back up here. Yeah, 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 yeah. How far back up does this go? The definition is not meant to exact. Was this about a concept as not its definition?
Yeah, sort of. But like, but not really. It's a little bit more like down. I think. Like, where are you?
I'm at OS theory of definitions on Google
Go.
Classes.
Yeah, it starts just like below that. You know, the next conversation. It starts right after that.
All right, do you look at this? I used my ecological psychology and the affordances to argue against surveys as Jemmy.
Because I already kind of went over a little bit like the objectivist theory of like similarity and like as lesser difference like a little bit in Zulu server with him. right?
Yes.
So there's a little bit of a
Every-
basis here that I'm referring back to, but you shouldn't have to go look at that. But the first law is basically we have this opportunity, right, for this semantic linkage, these semantic linkages among things,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's good. Let me pull this up.
What about you, Stratino? Did you grasp any of that?
Well, of course I mean I grasped that because I already understood impredicativity.
Right.
Especially
You,
because
you
I
can go
used to
from
work
Y to X, or you can go from X to Y, but you can't do both at once.
Yeah.
Well,
I remember I used to argue there was I know that Oh knows him. Um that one server that Zetetic had sent me that was like authentic masculine. It was like Eric Rogers server. We were
right.
arguing with him. I
Yes.
remember I was pointing to him in predicativity, where it's like specifically the way that I've had to utilize it, and it's always with like these like biology debates, is like you can't understand the the lungs or the liver or the brain or anything like that in a vacuum. You have to understand it with respect to the
But also,
entity, like what it's
think about it. Let's say you have one human. How do you
I think you
differentiate?
said that to me.
You know what I mean?
You said that to me at one point as well.
Like if you have one human, you have one living thing. How are you able, at all, to differentiate? Like that as a distinct thing. You know what I mean?
because there's no there's no likeness. It's like you
Right.
have
There's
to
no
have
likeness.
yes.
There's no lesser difference. Right. I mean, it's just because you only have one, but that itself already assumes rationalism, right?
Well, I
I
mean, you
mean
could
it
differentiate a living thing
And
from
that's
a.
also, oh, bro, I just made a huge into fucking integration, bro. What? You know how I'm always saying how there cannot be a universe of only one thing?
I that's what I was also about. Dude, I was about to make that fucking integration too. I was literally about to mention that.
Bro,
I don't know
I
what's
think
I
going
beat
great
you
on,
thing
but
is
fucking to
like
it, bro.
every you just have the ability to interrupt. I don't fucking interrupt, but the fact that you interrupt, the only difference between you and I ever making the same point at the same time is the fact that you can interrupt me, and I'm just too fucking polite.
Bro. Yeah, bro. Fucking that's the opposite of the fucking semantic component, right? Like, I mean, it's like the formalized universe, right? It's a universe of only one fucking thing, right? A
Yeah, because
rationalist.
I was about to mention the Platonic forms is like you think about what Plato is talking about with the Platonic forms. There's like the Platonic cat and the Platonic dog,
Yeah.
and no, even at
Makes
that
no
rate, you can't
sense,
have
right? A universe of only one thing is a contradiction in terms.
yes, because the other thing is that you can't have like a Platonic realm of even animals because then you have animals by which to differentiate by this other thing, and then this other thing to differentiate by this other thing, and then all you have now is just this one thing, and that's it, and then now there's no more ability to
Right,
differentiate. There's
bro. It's
just
the
no more.
lock. It's
Wait,
lock
hold on,
substratum, bro. It's the fucking it's Hegel's pure being, bro.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Yes,
Stratino, can you say I don't?
Bro,
You
bro,
said
bro, bro. Look, bro. I'm gonna make your integration even greater here, bro. Watch this. Look. Read, read bro. You'll when you catch it, bro. You'll notice it, bro. Hold up.
remember in class, actually we
I'm
had
like
like a
I don't want
short
to
class
spoil
in
it.
one school.
You know what I mean? I don't want to spoil it. Here we
This
go.
I just want to say something and gone around Hegel that they taught me in some class somewhere. They said like all you need is one thing to make an abstraction, which kind of reminds me of this.
no, no, you need
Okay.
so much.
Yes. Read
Sorry, what did you say,
okay.
Sortino?
Um, oh no, I was about to say oh no.
Yes. Read up to
yeah.
page 3 here.
I'm.
Like just read really fast up to page 3 here, and
Oh.
it's gonna be like pretty crazy for you. I think.
Where'd you post it?
In VC text here.
Oh, I see.
Read really fast, like up to page 3 there.
Let me see.
And you'll see like the important parts to like read more, attentively. Man, it's a prime mover, bro. Another integration, because that's a violation of the second law is an unmoved mover. A
Yes.
perpetual motion machine of the second kind.
Yeah, it's kind of like existence out of non-existence, right?
Yeah, it's an unmoved mover.
Yeah.
I mean, there's also monism.
It's
which is
basically it
kind of
assumes
similar.
like a homogeneous, like an infinite source of energy that it has access to. Like it has access to the platonic world of forms. You know what I mean?
Right, infinite source of energy being a contradiction.
Right.
I mean, also consider like materialism and idealism, where it's like everything is one kind of thing.
Basically, it's reversing the increase of entropy, right? If it has access to, if it can draw work from a already homogeneous, like already depleted potential, right? There's no potential here. It's just like it's a zero, right? But if it can draw work from it, right? That's what the unmoved mover is doing. You know?
How does like entropy like relate
So
to
it
like
effectively
antimatter
reverses the
and all
increase.
that? I was just
It
watching.
effectively reverses the increase of entropy, which is impossible.
Okay. I was wondering. I was just watching like this Veritasium thing about antimatter. How does that relate to the stuff you're working on? And I guess
I don't know.
entropy.
I don't. I don't know about antimatter, dark matter, dark energy. I don't know about that stuff. That has nothing to do with thermodynamics. So,
Sure.
like, all
What are
these
you
people
gonna?
are like they have to invent all these like things. You know what I mean, to like explain stuff because
But they say that. Yeah, right. But they say they
they're not
are
taking
able to create.
thermodynamics into account. Is the problem? That's the only
Right.
problem here.
Yeah, but like they are able to create it. They say.
The only problem here is that they're not taking it's their formalism, right? It's yes, they're in their formalism. This is what it is, right? Whatever, right? But their formalism is not reality. Remember, the formalism cannot exhaust reality, right? Reality is not formalizable. It's impredicative. There's irremovable
Okay.
impredicativities, and they're like if they try to say no, it's reality. What our formalism is saying, like it's reality. No, that's their
Can you say the same about like impredicativity? Like you're saying that's reality?
like what do you mean that like it already like relies on that, you know what I mean? It already has to have independent access to like some impredicativity is the base, you know what I mean, for there even to be predicativity possible, right?
Okay.
What were you gonna say? Oh no.
I was very curious. You mentioned like a world of just animals, and you said that wouldn't be possible to differentiate them. I didn't really
I
get
mean just
that.
no, I mean you have one animal, you want to
Uh,
be able to differentiate it as
uh,
like an
Yeah.
animal, you know?
oh,
So
I
what I was saying is that there's like the world of forms is collapsing in on itself, because what it's saying is that there are like, the platonic cat, but in order to have that you would have to have the platonic animal, but in order to prevent differentiation
oh.
between the platonic animal and something else, and it all collapses into like one
Right.
fundamental object until it's nothing.
Yeah, void.
I see.
Just
Okay.
abstraction as subtraction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Okay.
Which is a really interesting way to tie like Hegel's relevance to Plato.
Right. I mean, you see abstraction and subtraction.
I
You see it everywhere once you understand like X, or you can go from You see really how
Uh,
present it is, you know? Like
you said that
treating acts of identification as negation, you know? Like identifying something by negation.
you said that you were gonna post that one passage from what you were reading off
Right.
in VCP.
Yeah, but I wanted you to read the, like up to page 3 there. Did you catch
Yeah, I
what
did.
I'm trying to?
Yeah. So I was looking at
Was
the fun.
my bad. Sorry.
The drawing fundamental distinctions between like and unlike entities is an essential step in guiding science, and consequently is not a job to be taken lightly. If a system is decomposed in a way that is inappropriate given the phenomenon of interest, scientific explanation, and a process occurring within that system becomes much more challenging, even impossible. And then he talks about like Newtonian, the reductionistic paradigm, and
I
all.
was referring to like the subdivision stuff, you know?
Mhm. Um,
You read that part.
did they talk about that? Let me see. Uh, do they talk about subdivisions? I don't see subdivisions here.
Yeah, nested reciprocity. That's
Oh, I
the paper.
see. Um,
Page 3, I think it starts.
page 3, I see. Um,
Right, but like they're making these dualisms, these ontological divisions, right? So they're dividing the world on the basis of like they're dividing things on the basis of satisfying this like they have this property or not like but the property is just a Boolean measure like positive or negative, you know what I mean?
mhm.
So it's a priori, it's fixed in advance, right? So that's how you get the mind matter like dualism, you know what I mean? We have this like like
Oh,
you know what I mean?
yeah, I get it now, and I think it's crazy is that I
And
only
Rosen says this is explicitly in Essays on Life itself. He says, you know, every single vicious regress, infinite regress, it comes from like it comes from trying to split the world on the basis of satisfying some property or not, right? On the basis of trying to trying to, you know, what's it called? Account for impredicativities in predicative terms.
it's crazy
Because
that I
yeah,
get it now, because before I thought that you were saying
and
instead
infinite
of
regress.
Boolean.
Remember, these are perpetual motion. This is perpetual motion. These are violations of the laws of thermodynamics, right? Every instance of like these infinite regress, right? So it really integrates well.
I had understood this, but I actually thought that you were referring to something completely different because you have that Miami accent and you were saying, I thought you were saying bouillon instead of bouillon, and I was thinking like chicken bouillon
Oh
cube,
no, Boolean, yeah.
and I was so confused. I was like, wait, what is bouillon? Like all I could know is like beef bouillon cubes, chicken bouillon
No.
cubes, like the fucking cooking cube.
But yeah, you see
But
the stuff
no,
about the subdivision stuff. There is that like basically abstraction and subtraction. But this is also like modularity, like the modular uh like it's a key aspect of like abduction and like modern cognitivist like information theoretic science, you know what I mean, like philosophy of mind stuff, right? It's all about like modularity, right? Like encapsulated you know modules, right? You'll probably find some stuff about that and learn about that when you read into like
interesting.
ecopsych, you know what I mean? But like that's what they're referring to there, and it's another instance of abstraction and subtraction, and this is like key to like uh uh like mechanizing it, you know what I mean, implementing abduction, right, in computation or whatever. It has to be like the information must be like it must be informationally encapsulated, like like the Bayesian priors, the a priori criteria, right, of the Boolean measure, right? The standard of the Boolean measure, right? That has to be informationally encapsulated, right? For abduction, but it can't be, right? Turvey gives the whole riddle of abduction in this other paper I'll link here. But read that part about subdivision.
Are you reading a lecture?
Here, I linked in VC text. Turvey talks about the riddle of abduction there.
What brought you to the you were talking about like retribution, right? What brought you
Yes.
to that?
Bro,
Because
fucking Stratino was getting up there, bro, in like fucking integration. So this is just like, it's like you're watching like an anime like battle going on, like just like I can't see them. They're moving so fast, you know.
This isn't even my final form.
I'm rising up there. I'm fucking like working out integration wise. Like my
I'm in the ladder.
integration muscles are fucking jacked. I got like 8-pack integration.
You know,
I'm like
that would
very
be
weak. I can't. I don't like this. Like is destroying my brain. Like you can work from multi. You have
Your
to like work
brain.
from multiple
You
standards.
see this, guys, bro? This is, you're not integrated enough, bro. That's just you see you're referring to your brain as like the one who's thinking,
Right.
Okay.
My
Yeah, I
brain
need to
is
change up my
thinking, not
language.
me.
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
No, G, it's the neurons that are doing the thinking, you idiot.
You don't see the synapses? They're going wild right now. They're having like a fucking snap crackle pop Rice Krispie party right now.
I don't know about you guys, but my cock is doing the thinking.
Sometimes.
Like my guys, like I don't think you understand. My cock is not integrating this right now. It's just like
you,
like I'm really working out my cock thinking about this right now.
you didn't get a boner when you integrated?
Hell yeah. I mean that's what you did.
Hey, works for me.
You know, I don't know, maybe it's not like the worst thing. Um I sadly I gotta go.
Okay,
Um
here in VC text, like here's the
really?
updated doc. I'll keep updating this doc, right? But that was
Um,
like where the immovable land point was. Like I'm still working on this, right? And you can see it's just like I don't know, bro. I don't even know how I got this like so fucking autistic, bro. Bro, we should go through this right now. Do you really have to go, bro? We should go through this right now.
I do have to go. I spent like a good bit of time here and I
Do you have like
sadly
10
like
minutes? You know?
do I have 10? I don't. Like I gotta get ready because I have to take Dagny home from work because like they
Agni?
fucked her over. Huh?
Oh yeah.
Dagny, like in the books I'm
Oh
talking about?
wait. When are you coming back though?
After I'm coming back, I gotta go to bed. Like it's a whole event. I got a packed schedule, trust me.
Okay.
But are you able to post the one passage that that you were quoting? Because I think like after you post that, I'll be able to look at that like tomorrow and then start really getting down to
It's right there, bro. I mean, it's in paragraph 4.
this Google Doc.
Yeah, the Google Docs.
I see. All right.
You see how
Um,
fucking autistic it is, bro?
Holy shit. Okay, okay. Um. Well, yeah. Sadly, I gotta go. Good to know that I'm so well wanted. I'll I guess see you get to be like the Sith Lord, and I get to be like this like fucking apprentice. I used to be Zulu's apprentice. I like I'm gonna become a journeyman. Um, but yeah, I gotta get hopping. See you.
All right, yo.
Bye.
Yeah, see you.
Does he have like
Does anybody else want to go over this? This is like my paper that I started working on because you made me Strategic and like
Oh, that stuff. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to like hear what's up, you know, and maybe go
yeah.
to bed a bit earlier today. So maybe like more, maybe like 10 more minutes, maybe.
I mean, yeah,
Here.
I can go over if you'd like.
But I was just wondering, like, does he have objectivist parents or something? Or
I
because
don't know,
like
like Dagny's like his girlfriend or something. I
Yeah,
don't know.
Dagny's his girlfriend.
that's crazy. That's crazy that she's named Dagny, right?
I think that's like a nickname.
Yeah, it's probably
Okay,
not.
okay.
I mean,
Right, yeah, sure, that makes sense. That
Yeah.
makes sense, yeah.
I mean, my parents didn't name me Oh Nose.
Yeah, of course. that would be tragic.
Strategic.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Okay, do you guys
Yeah.
want to go over this
Sakura.
a little bit?
I'm interested. This is
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna
Sure.
play some
How long-
video games while you guys
uh,
like go through it and ask me questions, I guess.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Have you like expanded on it, or is this the same?
Yeah, I've been fucking expanding on it, and I had like basically I keep coming back to flesh out the beginning and stuff because I have I have pages and pages of notes of stuff I want to talk about.
Right.
Okay, so yeah,
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm just still thinking about the
I
productivity
need some
thing.
feedback because I don't know if my autism is like if I'm too autistic here. I don't have autism.
Yeah.
By the way, but
You're good. I'll read it with you. I'll go over it. Just give me 1 minute so I can.
I wish I could have a dark team because it's blasting my eyes with this white
like
thing.
I've tried to like you know I keep going over it, doing another pass over it, and simplifying it and lowering the autism a little bit as much as I can. And I think I really tried to do that.
Yeah, that's
Right,
good.
right, right.
We'll go through it. At least I will. Yeah. Let me.
See,
Oh crap.
I'll just paste it in a different place. Let's see. Quite the preamble will be necessary here, but should I read it? I don't know.
Is that a period? I haven't looked at the fucking first sentence in so long.
Mm.
Oh, there's a period. Quite the period.
No, that's a
What
comma.
does in RAM mean? What does that mean?
Like against the world.
Okay, let's see. And more in what makes those rights effective.
It's like
in the
the
world.
distinction between like whatever's based on contracts, right? Like contracts, yeah, you know what I mean. Like agreement is in personam, and in rem would be like property rights, right?
Okay.
It's like that distinction. So it's not just about what we agree about what fucking property rights are and all that. You know what I mean?
Oh
Right,
yeah,
right.
yeah, it's objective. It's not subjective. Yes, of course.
Yeah, it's not based on agreement.
Yeah. But isn't that more about the justifications then?
No,
Yeah.
no, I'm talking about a different aspect.
Oh, that the way you worded this, the exclusion principle is really good. That's good. That makes a lot of sense.
So you're saying like in order for all to like people, for people to act or do certain things, they must act according to property rights.
What are you referring to?
I'm just looking at the first thing. I'm not sure I'm getting. Maybe it's just too late for me.
I mean, I'm talking about the objective part. Like, you know how we're saying borders are objective and intersubjectively ascertainable. I'm really focusing on the objective part. You know?
Okay.
And you'll see what
I'm
I
just
mean.
not seeing how that's
I
not
elaborate on what I
justifications.
mean, like based in what people must do, and you'll see. Like, I concretize that really well.
Okay.
Where are you at on those?
I'm just started 4.
Oh wow.
What? What do you mean? Slow?
I
I'm
think
taking.
Zetetic was still on paragraph 1.
Oh. I think 3 was good. I really liked the way you worded the sort of the part right there. I don't know if you can see
Which
my.
part?
I guess you can't see my highlightation, but the in other words, if everyone is generally free to act, da 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 da, all the way up to the ownership claim, all the way up to the end of the. Well, I guess. Oh, I guess that's. I guess is this
That's a
all?
quote.
Is that all Kinsella's quote? Oh, okay. Well.
No, that's a quote from Digicey.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a very good. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I'm on 4.
I think you can remove the S on like this, the first line of paragraph 2. You say beginning with they just say let the exclusion stand principle, which equates property with its owners. You don't need to say owners there. You have to remove the S. It just makes it confusing. Equates it with the owner, excluding the right of any other to it. You write owners. That possessive.
Yeah, possessive. That's that's their action.
Okay.
Yeah, owner comma S is right. It's the owner's possession.
It's not a comma.
It's apostrophe.
So,
It's an apostrophe.
yeah.
Apostrophe.
Yeah.
Should I remove the apostrophe S, you think?
No, I think it's.
I think it works. I think it works both ways. I think it works both ways. Sorry, I'm slow.
Maybe if I remove it might be stronger if I remove the apostrophe S.
Yeah, sure. Easier to follow, I think. for slow people like me.
Okay, I'll do it.
It's important to note.
Are you still in chapter? I was still in paragraph 4.
Yeah, I'm in 4.
Maybe someone should be reading this aloud, bro.
I could read it
Yeah,
out loud. I
yeah.
do not mind to read it out loud if that's what you would like.
Yeah, I mean, what is that okay with you guys? Zetetic? Is that cool?
I mean, depends on where you're starting.
I'll start where you left off, Zetetic. I don't mind rereading.
Yeah, I read the first sentence of paragraph 2.
Okay, I'll just start with 2. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll probably. How do you say his name? Dejase?
Did just say.
Just say, yeah.
Okay.
Like the as in Spanish, maybe.
Beginning with Dejase's let exclusion stand principle, which equates property with its owner, excluding the right of any other to it. Wherefore, Kinsella equated it to let ownership stand. Such exclusion, i.e., ownership, the separation of the owner from non owners, as a matter of action, will always require one to take specific exclusionary actions. That sentence seems kind of wordy, but I'm okay with it. If they could be replaced by any arbitrary substitute, then so too could one's ownership title. The same principle extends to every facet of ownership or exercising of your rights. Should probably be of their rights. The same principle extends to every facet of ownership or exercising of their rights. Well, then you use you. So, yeah, I think you should.
Yeah,
Yeah, just
I
make sure.
use.
Yeah, you use you. I guess just make sure you're using the
Fucking
right.
like AIs.
Yeah, just make sure you're using the right first person or third person. So you cannot homestead something by any arbitrary means. Only specific exclusionary actions will suffice. You cannot license someone to it by any arbitrary means. Deal with tortfeasors by any arbitrary means, nor transfer and or cede the title to it by any arbitrary means. Even then, only specific exclusionary actions will suffice. In other words, exclusion cannot stand on a word, a wish, or arbitrary decree. It is defined only by the incurred cost of exclusion. They just say, da 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 da. Those costs are not incidental. They are constitutive of what it even amounts to. Exclusion without cost could not be exclusionary at all. Yeah, I think
And
that's
like Zetetic, you should like come in whenever you want to discuss something, because I know you're slow.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
I
I should probably sleep. I don't know.
What time is it, bro? Don't fucking stay up until fucking 6 a.m. again.
Yeah,
this
that's
isn't gonna take long.
yeah, I can go, All right.
okay.
What it means for the exclusion of others
I
to
need
stand.
headache, man. I'll be right back.
What it means for the exclusion of others to stand here is just that. Whatever its grounds, the ground remains demonstrable. In ordinary physical language, standing implies that at each relevant step, there is something that can support it, bear its weight, and keep it upright. Nothing stands without the ground being right there under it, present, demonstrable, and thus unequivocal at every relevant step. Let it stand is a normative phrase, but it is simply the fact of a standing distinction in the world. For without such standing, incompatible claims may simply be made on the same non-basis, where they can proliferate without constraint. Note that only the arbitrary is itself subject to such arbitrariness, or otherwise subject to interpretation. Conflicts would then be unavoidable. Of course, as Zulu notes, the borders of the homesteaded property must be objective. That is, they must adhere to existence as against the arbitrary content of one's consciousness. This is because subjective property borders might contradict. What this means is that an arbitrary system of property rights cannot avoid conflicts. It would rather authorize them. Conflicts are simply unavoidable if nothing in the world differentiates the owner from non-owners for everyone involved. It is only the question of standing which will be decisive here. Kinsella explains, De Jesse uses this idea to demolish the criticism that homesteading unowned resources unilaterally and unjustifiably imposes on others moral duties to refrain from interfering. He writes, the basic defense, however, is quite general and straightforward. It is that if a prospective owner can in fact perform it, taking first possession of a thing is a feasible act of his that is admissible if it is not a tort, in this case not trespass, and violates no right. But this is the case by definition, i.e. by the thing being identified as unowned. In other words, if everyone is generally free to act unless they are violating others' rights, there is simply no reason not to allow a person to appropriate unowned property. For who could object if not another prior owner? To be entitled to object is to be able to exclude the claimant, but the right to exclude is an incident of ownership, and the property is by presumption unowned. No one can validly object to my appropriating unowned property then, because assuming feasible actions are free, any objection itself must claim a right, and this itself raises a type of ownership claim. One well-known judicial and evidentiary maxim is quod gratis assertus gratis negatur, which directly translates to what is asserted gratuitously is denied gratuitously. It eventually came to be popularized as Hitchens' razor, as coined by Christopher Hitchens, stating what can be asserted without evidence can also be dismissed without evidence. The point is that where no basis is offered, there is simply no basis then to prefer one such arbitrary, baseless claim over another. As such, there can also be no basis then to prefer the arbitrary over the non-arbitrary, the equivocal over the unequivocal. The latter thus stands by necessity against the arbitrary. So the positive implications here are what's really important for evidentiary reasoning. Indeed, it's what the use of the phrase prima facie or prima facie case is meant to imply in judicial contexts. Since this thing has no other owner, prima facie, no one is entitled to object to my controlling it in the exclusion of others. And this is really the essence of what it means for exclusion to stand. The exclusion of others may stand only when they have no such standing on their own. I think
Of their, yeah.
I on their own. I think this is a good is
Of their own, bro.
of
Shit.
their own. Did I say on their? I said
Yeah.
on their own.
Yeah.
Yeah, of their own. Sorry, of their own. I think this is well. I like this paragraph. I think you should just in like parentheses you should explain what prima facie means.
I mean, like anybody can Google it. Like,
Well, I mean,
I'm implying it.
right, but I'm
You
just
know?
saying if you're trying to write this into a paper, you might need to, you know, there are words that you're using that you should, you might need to explain. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, prima facie is not that hard to understand.
I
But I would write something else about that later on, probably when I get more into like evidentiary reasoning. If I do talk about arbitration in this paper, you know what I mean?
But like you use the word in rem, like which is against the thing. I didn't know what that meant. So
Right.
but I
like it all come like into like like it'll all get integrated. You know.
How long are you planning to make this?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'll keep going. Number 4. But crucially.
All right, I'll be back later, guys.
Oh, it's Zetetic already left. Okay. But crucially, this is
it's just us.
It's just us. That's just us. But crucially, this is
we can continue if you want. You know.
Absolutely, I don't mind. I like this. This is interesting. But crucially, this is only if it is. But crucially, this is only if it is excluding others according to the nature of the thing. Kinsella continues. Note that Dejecian idea of let exclusion stand, or the Hoppian idea that the prior-later distinction is of crucial importance, also sheds light on the nature of homesteading itself. Often the question is asked as to what types of acts constitute or are sufficient for homesteading. What counts as sufficient homesteading, and to what property does the homesteading extend? And we can see that in the way the answer to these questions is related to the issue of what is the thing in dispute. In other words, if B claims ownership of a thing possessed, or formerly possessed by A, then the very framing of the dispute helps to identify what the thing is and what counts as possession of it. If B claims ownership of a given scarce resource, he must want the right to control it according to its nature. So the question is, what types of acts would constitute or are sufficient for controlling it according to its nature? Of course, the physical nature of a given scarce resource and the way in which humans use such resources will determine the nature of actions needed to control it. Then the question becomes, is someone else already controlling it according to its nature? I.e., did someone else already homestead it? So that B is only a latecomer? So only according to the nature of the thing is it possible to exclude others in such a way that stands to constrain or determine the nature of their actions as latecomers to the thing, i.e., that's what would make them latecomers in the first place. The dispute necessarily forces the identification of what the thing is in action-specific terms, and thus the character of possession required. It is important to note that one should not think of excluding others like needing to make it impossible for others to intrude upon it or to make conflicts over it metaphysically impossible. But it's actually quite the opposite, as it's what makes conflict possible at all. Even if you somehow manage to get past my fence, it does not mean that I wasn't excluding you or that you can start homesteading my property like I don't own it. But rather I own what's inside that fence insofar as you would have to get past it somehow to access it, i.e., insofar as you would have to take action where otherwise you wouldn't have to if there was no fence, or insofar as you cannot act as if there was no fence. Hence, provided the exclusion of others stands, one need not impose on others moral duties to refrain from interfering. There are two sides to every distinction. The first comer need only purchase their own property's borders, and they need not impose themselves on the latecomer, for the latecomer who would cross them can only do so from his own side of things. He must do it to himself, as it were, as opposed to being something that the owner is doing to him. But again, it's the incurred exclusion costs of building the fence that make it real in the only way that matters for property rights. It changes what others must do to something with it themselves, thereby differentiating the owner's relations to the resource in question from the relation of non-owners to it. If not, the latecomer's actions would simply be indistinguishable from those of a firstcomer. Remember that only according to the nature of the thing is the distinction, as a matter of action, even possible. The nature of the thing determines the nature of the actions required to control it in the exclusion of others. Visa, the nature of the thing determines what actions can constitute control of it. So if it's something immovable, like a field or a river, then cultivating, fencing, occupying its natural boundaries, or otherwise embodying it in place may suffice. If it is a movable object, then moving it with you, enclosing it, storing it among your effects, or otherwise maintaining a border that moves with it may suffice. Or if it is a person, we shall see that the implications are even more rigid as one can imagine. And if it's not a scarce physical thing at all, like a recipe, there would simply be no way for you to control it in the exclusion of others. It must be commensurate, physically, with the physical costs of such control. Okay. Uh, 5. The violation of this principle is called
There's
forestall.
nothing. There's nothing you want to like.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking. I mean, it makes. I like it. It makes a lot of sense to me. Uh, I wonder, are you gonna go like you bring up a recipe? You bring up something that's not a scarce physical thing. Are
Right.
you are you are you gonna go into that anymore, or is that all you feel like you need to talk about it?
I mean, like that's just like IP is invalid. Like,
Yeah, right. And me and you, yeah, we agree that IP is invalid, but I'm
like
kind of
that's not the point. You know, it's just an example to
right.
concretize
But it's just
to answer it.
but you say, let me read this again. And if it's not a scarce physical thing at all, like a recipe, there would simply be no way for you to control it in the exclusion of others. I don't I don't really get that sentence. There would simply be no way for you to control it in the exclusion of others.
Right.
I don't.
It's not rivalrous.
It's not. Yeah. I it's just weird. Not control it in the exclusion of others.
There's no conflict if I use an idea and you use an idea.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, I agree. I 100%. You're right. Like that's true. It's just I don't know. It's worded a little weird, but maybe that's just me.
Well, controlling it'll be important later, but
Yeah.
like basically, I'm saying the control must be commensurate with the physical, like the costs of that
Right.
control. You know?
So it to build a fence, it costs to build a fence and to control a fence. You know, that's what makes it there is some cost to building the fence, and that's what makes it a property, right? You know,
The cost and the control
cost and
physically are at the same scale,
the cost
the
and the
same
control.
physical
Yeah.
scale,
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I see that.
and the action specific scale. You know,
Right.
like relevant to the case
Mhm.
as
Okay.
a matter of action. You know.
Yeah. Okay. Number 5. The violation of this principle is called forestalling, excluding others from that which you do not own. It is violated when any number of the steps one is required to take in order for exclusion to stand are missing or missed by the one in control. And the reason for describing it this way is to complement how they just say and Kinsella talk about this in terms of being able to trace those steps back to the source of that control and identify it with the nature of the thing or not. The appropriate steps have either been taken or they have not. And if not, whatever was done in that or placed in order to get to this point was without standing. Either way, that is fait accompli, visa, there can be no middle ground here. Importantly, these steps are not uniform across context, but will be specific to each situation as required and as they arise. Hapa. Insofar as a person finds himself in the company of others, and there is conflict over how to use a given scarce resource, he must be able to resolve the problem in some definite time with a definite number of people instead of having to wait unspecified periods of time for unspecified numbers of people. Property rights cannot be conceived of as being timeless and non-specific regarding the number of people concerned. Rather, they must necessarily be thought of as originating through acting in definite times for definite acting individuals. Exclusion must always serve to resolve the distinction of the owners and the non-owners definitely. In definite terms, for definite acting individuals. Otherwise, it cannot stand. The distinction never becomes a determinate constraint on action, since it can do so in no definite terms and for no definite times and for no definite acting individuals. To reiterate, standing exclusion is constituted by definite actions that close the question of who owns what in definite terms for definite acting individuals.
Definite times.
Definite time. Sorry, I just you use the word definite so many times. Like definite. Ah, God, I'm just getting. It cannot stand if the distinction of the owner from non-owners is unresolved, and that would just mean there isn't any definite action-scaled threshold/border to be crossed, such that latecomers must confront it as a fact of action, i.e., literally the fact that they're latecomers. So long as nothing is missing or missed by the one in control, the distinction should stand clearly in any dispute and without any ambiguity whatsoever. Or unless one tries to make the exclusion of others stand where, by the nature of the thing and existing ownership, it cannot. Where exclusion of others cannot stand because prior ownership blocks it, any effort to impose it is forestalling. At this point, forestalling becomes conceptually crisp. Forestalling is exclusion without standing. Okay. Let's see. Exclusion without standing. Exclusion must always serve to result. Yeah, this. Yeah, this seems like a good, explanation of forestalling to me.
It's gonna get even better. Like not yet in this note, but like I have a lot more
Yeah.
like we're able to like measure like what standing measures and then what, this other thing measures, this other
Mhm.
factor that's important.
Okay. Let's consider some examples. 6. We know that if Friday owns A, then Crusoe would not be able to homestead A. But is there anything else that Crusoe would not be able to homestead? Perhaps as a corollary of that fact. Indeed, as a direct corollary of the impossibility of homesteading A, we can say that Crusoe would not be able to homestead any portion of land which would require homesteading A along with it, i.e., any portion of land which emborders A or serves to control A in the exclusion of others, which is what is meant by embordiment in this general sense. We may designate any such portion of land as B. In excluding Friday or anybody else from B, he would be engaging in an act of forestalling. As he could not homestead B, he would be excluding others from that which he does not own. Wait, hold on. Wait, Friday owns A, and that also means Crusoe can't homestead A, but also Crusoe can't homestead B. So Friday, why doesn't Friday shouldn't Friday have B?
No.
I'm confused. Friday owns A, right? Friday owns a lawnmower.
Like A is Friday's body.
Can I? Okay, hold on. Let me stick with a different example. Like,
No, like, because I say A is Friday's body, right? Because I
you
think it's
you
best,
don't,
like,
but you don't. Okay. You say that later.
A is Friday's body, right?
Let's
And B is any portion of land which emborders A, and what embordiment mean is that B serves as a border to A, as a threshold to A, right? It
right,
serves to control A in the exclusion of others.
right. So
So
let me keep reading. Okay.
if we could homestead B, right? But like a requirement of homesteading B is that you would have to homestead A, right? It's the impossibility of donut homesteading. Remember?
Right, but I don't see how that's forestalling.
It's
Uh,
forestalling because he can't homestead B. Because he can't homestead A. But read the whole thing.
yeah. Hold on. Let me. Yeah. Okay. In excluding Friday or anybody else from B, he would be engaging in an act of forestalling as he could not homestead B. Okay. I think I'm seeing it. He would be excluding others from that which he does not own. Let's say A is Friday's body. If Crusoe dropped a cage over Friday, even if Crusoe owns the cage, he would be forestalling Friday because he still cannot homestead B. And obviously the cage would be excluding Friday from B, but it is important to remember that the impossibility of homesteading B is not some independent fact about B. It is the prior ownership of A that blocks it. That fact has primacy. Okay, I see it now. It's just like the donut homestead. Okay.
But it's like instead of, abstracting to this formalism where it's like, where uh like we have like this like 2D, you know what I mean, like world, right? Where it's just like A, B, C, it's just like consecutive circles, you know what I mean?
Right.
Instead of that, like I'm defining it like in specific terms, like B is specifically, right, what would serve to control A. You know what I mean? In the exclusion of others.
Right.
Controlling B, right, would serve to control A in the exclusion of others.
Yeah.
Just we define B that way, right? And we could talk about this problem in much better terms. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
this
think
this prevents the stupid like argument where people are like, "Oh, what if you dig under the dome?"
right.
Oh,
And
that's smart. Okay, good idea. It's
right, and
very
it also, it it doesn't let us, get derailed. Like what's important here is what embodiment really means, and like, all this stuff, right?
yeah. No, that's a good idea. That's that because you hear that all the time. Why can't why can't you fly over the dome? Or why can't you
Right.
dig under it? So okay, dumb.
Right.
Okay, all right. 7. With respect to homesteading,
But there's no question of that here. You know what I mean?
right, yeah. It is definite in a sense.
Yeah.
Um, with respect to homesteading, one is in one is engaged in an act of forestalling, where any number of steps are missing or missed in that initial act of exclusion. There is some further nuance here that may be worth elaborating. If Crusoe comes to be in control of a fence which he does not own, he cannot thereby homestead any land by means of that fence. That exclusion cannot stand. But suppose instead that Crusoe steals some tools, goes to an unowned forest, cuts down the trees there, and builds an entirely new fence from scratch. Does he then own the fence such that he may homestead land there by means of it? He does not. Just as before, he cannot become the owner of what he produces by means of that which he does not own. The defect carries through. But this must be carefully limited to production goods as such. The same could not be said for mere consumption goods. If, for example, Crusoe survives on stolen food, he may nevertheless still homestead things thereafter, provided that the relevant exclusionary acts are carried out only by means of what he is in fact entitled to. More generally, just as one never homesteads one's own body, the analysis never begins from a condition of no ownership at all. The relevant steps have to be traced from title to title. More on this later. Okay, so Crusoe, he steals tools, he can't build a fence, or he builds a fence. If he doesn't own it, he doesn't own the land.
I'm trying to concretize like what I mean by missing steps. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
I'm with you. I'm just working. If Crusoe, but
Like even if like you didn't know about it, right? If you investigate, there will be these missing steps here. Like you can't just like wish them away. You know what I mean?
But my problem is, okay, this is what I need your help with. So you say, but this must be carefully limited to production goods as such. The same could not be said for mere consumption goods. And then you go into the example of Crusoe surviving on eating stolen food. But
Yeah.
wouldn't can't you like can't you call like what's the difference between production goods and consumption goods? You know, it's not just food, right?
It's because right. No,
Like
I mean no. Consumption goods are
there's something
basically
consumed
like
for
it's destroyed. You know what I mean? It's not like production, like consumption is the end of production. Like it's completely like the final, like
yeah,
just like that, like there's no more producing it. You know what I mean? No more producing other goods from it. You know what I mean?
consumption is the final. Okay.
Like
Yeah,
uh
I'm with you.
I'm like just trying to recall how I put it before, so that's why I'm struggling finding the words. So it's like if I produce something with if I produce a good with something I don't own, right? Like I didn't have a right to do this. I didn't have a right to produce goods with it, right? Then I can't own the product. You know what I mean? By that
Right.
like means, you know what I mean? But I own my body, right? So it's not like I consume it and then like, whoa, I can't own my body. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm trying to think cuz like this must be carefully limited to production goods as such. The same could not be said for mere consumption goods because like technically you know, clothing or you know, like a car is a durable good. Is a consumption good. So like if I stole a car and I used it to, you know, get a bunch of money, do I own my money? Does Crusoe own the money that he got from making deliveries using the stolen car?
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah, it's not a production good, yeah. I don't see how you could say he doesn't own
So,
it.
so we have to be very specific about what makes something a
Right.
production good and a consumption good, right?
Right.
That's interesting. Okay, I didn't think of that.
But like, how could you say this is completely separate, right? It's like it's based on like some other contractual stuff going on. You know what I mean?
What do you mean? Can you explain what you just?
Like the money, like his job or whatever.
Yeah, his
Right?
job, right? Oh yeah, sure. I mean, he's using a stolen car to make money. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but
Okay.
that's like irrelevant. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Provided that the
Like, there's no sense in which like you can come along and say like, no, like you don't own that money, it's mine, right? You know what I mean?
yeah, that's.
Because you can't trace it back, right? You can't trace it back
I mean, you don't think you can,
to like the theft, right? The car, right? But you can trace it back to like valid like property titles. You know what I mean?
but you don't think you can be like, oh hey, you only were able to make
It's
these
because it
transactions.
has standing. His exclusion of others from his money has standing, right?
But he only was able to make that money because he stole a car.
That's irrelevant.
That's a
It has
okay.
it has standing independent of that,
I see.
right? But it's like the way we come to own something through
If
production.
if
You know,
if
like you can come to own something through homesteading, production, or trade, right?
if he
So
sold the car,
the way we come to own something through production is we have to have something already owned, right? We've already like nature acquired goods, right?
yeah.
And then we're producing something from those goods, right? And then we own the product, right? It's a new title. That those are like the title is preserved over those relevant acts,
I'm
right?
with you. I'm with you. What if he sold the car?
Well, or yeah, like he sold the car and like yeah,
If he
he
sold the
doesn't.
car,
That's fraud.
right? But if
It's not. It's not a valid transfer, right? So he defrauded the person he sold it to.
right, yeah, okay, right. It's just fraud. Yeah, at that point it's fraud. Okay, yep, I agree. That makes a lot of sense. Yep, it would just be fraud at that point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because he
Okay.
doesn't own it. Can't
Yeah.
trade it.
Okay. Number 8.
He can't transfer the title to it because he doesn't have the title.
Right. Number 8. Exclusion is not exhausted by its initial act. That is, exclusion is never a one-time event, and ownership is not exhausted by homesteading. Hence, the requirements for the exclusion of others to stand are not settled once and for all at the moment of first appropriation and then rendered inert thereafter. The requirements are not abstract, cannot be exhausted in advance, and do not float free of action. Recall that the requirements for the exclusion of others to stand have to be met on a case-by-case basis. As noted earlier, the relevant steps are not uniform across contexts. They must be taken as required, where required, and when required. Or as Hoppe puts it, property rights cannot be conceived of as timeless or nonspecific with respect to the persons involved, but must instead be thought of as originating through acting in definite times for definite acting individuals. Exclusive control, or controlling the thing in the exclusion of others, is implied. So the same must be said of control itself, and it should prove useful to do so. If the concept is left empty or too vague, as it often is, it simply cannot do the analytical work required of it, and people then predictably struggle with concretizing or rendering it ostensibly identifiable in the real world. For want of something one can point to, trace in its operation, and analyze in terms of its real world consequences. So understood, controlling the thing in the exclusion of others cannot be conceived as timeless and nonspecific regarding the terms under which others are actually excluded. The requirements for the exclusion of others to stand are therefore always particularized in their instantiation and must be fully specified to that very effect. Fully specified as in no missing terms, and thus no room for smuggling in any arbitrary, externally posited or unentailed terms. But as such, can be fully specified only in terms of the concrete relations in which others are in fact implicated. Control is never generic. Whatever the thing is, there can be no control of it in the abstract. Exclusion is always exclusion of others, but not some undifferentiated mass of others. To be sure, exclusion is always exclusion of others, and only in specific respects. Controlling the thing in the exclusion of others cannot be nonspecific as to who those others are. That is, in terms of what they confront, when they confront it, and what they must do in relation to it. Those potential others must be parametrized strictly in such terms to be actually excluded. The others you can speak of only in the abstract simply cannot be excluded. They must be specified in exactly those terms that make the exclusion operative, because it's only those terms that can ever actually be relevant or enter into an actual operation of exclusion. Anything else just won't be relevant at all. The point is not that ownership becomes vague after its initial act, but the opposite. The concrete case is not a later application of ownership, but the only way in which ownership is ever operational at all. The distinction of the owner from non-owners is always thus instantiated wherever and however has come to confront it, always indexed to precisely those terms of particular operational relevance, such that the distinction is not merely encountered in concrete cases, but itself always specifically keyed to them. Only then does standing become intelligible, case by case, and thus in every concrete case as it should, and importantly, there's also going to be just as many ways to engage in acts of forestalling. Okay. So this is the objective way of, how you set, if you want to build, like, for example, if you want to build a fence, you're saying, I'm excluding people from walking onto my lawn, but you're not excluding airplanes from flying over your fence.
Yo, sorry. You totally cut out like the whole example you just gave and everything
I did.
from this.
Oh, just from
thing.
just the example though, right?
No, like what everything you're just saying to me just now. Like I read, you read everything, and then you were saying something and you cut out.
Oh, no, that's fine. Okay, so I'll start from that. Okay, so the example I was thinking of is what you're saying is, for example, if you build a fence, the people that you are excluding from your lawn is people that can walk onto your lawn or climb over your fence or whatever, but you're not excluding people that fly over your lawn, right? Because they would be
No, you are.
well with a fence.
Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah.
Don't but you have to specify. You have to specify that's what your fence is acting as.
Well, it acts as a border to what's inside of it.
Right. I agree, but you cannot just say I'm blocking everybody. This massive. You can't just say I'm excluding everybody. Right. You have to say I'm excluding. This fence is acting to exclude people from stepping on my lawn.
Right.
So if somebody were to fly above your lawn at 3,000 feet in the air, that wouldn't be.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Yeah.
That's what you mean. Yeah. It's excluding people from stepping on my lawn, right? So like if they come and land on my lawn.
Yeah.
Either way, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Oh, of course. Yeah.
That's what I thought you meant.
Oh, no. I misunderstood. Yeah.
Yeah. They can't they can't fly up and then land on my lawn, you know, because I'm excluding them.
And you also have to be
even with the fence, even if they get around it somehow, you know.
Yeah, and you might not be excluding somebody from shining a laser pointer into your lawn with a fence.
Right. I would have to homestead the light levels, you know.
Yeah, or build a laser pointer blocking fence, right? That it was meant to block lasers.
Yeah, I think there's more nuance to this, right? With like light levels and population levels and all that stuff. I think you can homestead that stuff, and it's like you don't have to create some super sci-fi gadget, you know, to do it.
Yeah, right. You don't have to. You don't have to put a Faraday cage around your house to.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Okay, last paragraph.
Because remember, the fence, right? It doesn't have to actually like stop them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's the whole point. That's the whole point.
Yeah. The fence doesn't have to stop them. Correct. I see what you're saying.
That's
right.
not the standard.
Yeah. Okay. Last paragraph. What all of this also makes clear is that standing itself is not what makes exclusion operative. Standing is a judgment about some exclusionary relation already in place. It cannot be what makes the relation exclusionary in the first place. It presupposes that one can already trace the relevant steps. There is then something else doing indispensable work here, namely that by reference to which these action-specific terms are available to be identified at all. We cannot judge the standing of exclusion to be one way or another without something by reference to which we can say what exactly are others being excluded from, in terms of how far that exclusion reaches, whom it reaches, in what respect, over what, and under what required actions, something there, in other words, to be picked out, traced, and identified in exactly those terms. That is a very weird sentence, but okay.
You think so?
Oh yeah. That is a very, very I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11 commas, an M dash. That's a long sentence. That's a lot. Um, and it may well be that for analytical purposes, standing itself cannot be fully understood until this other factor has been brought into view with sufficient clarity. Can I judge the standing of exclusion?
And basically, it's what embodiment gives us is the reach of exclusion, which is a different dimension, not the standing of exclusion, which is like a truth value. You trace it.
You know,
Like we were talking about, you trace it,
I
through
had
each step, but where steps from,
okay. Can I ask you an example? Because like I had this idea. I had an argument where, I have a lawnmower and my lawnmower is in my shed, and somebody said that my lawnmower is excluding people from it, and I said no.
like remember, we're not starting for nothing, right? So like if I'm excluding some people from B, right?
Yeah.
If I'm excluding others from B, right? If then B serves as like a border to A, right? Then I'll be excluding others from A. My exclusion reaches A now. You know what I mean?
I guess my question is, at the end of the standing, as you trace it back, there has to be a person that is doing the excluding, right?
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Because you gotta trace it back to the title. Like the title is what's being, traced, standing. Whether
Yeah.
the title is preserved under the relevant acts. That's what
Right.
standing is measuring, right?
Right. Okay.
But where do you get the acts from? The specific terms, the border stuff. You get that from reach, not standing. You don't get it from standing.
Hmm. Okay. This is. I like it. It really clarified. The donut.
Wait, hold up.
The objective, sort of.
You cut out. You cut out.
I cut out again.
You said it really, and then you cut out.
Oh, I was saying it really clarified the objective sort of standard needed for property. Yeah.
Yeah, you cut out again. You said standard for property, and then you cut out. I think you said something, or maybe you didn't say anything there.
All right. I don't know why I keep cutting out, but I raised my microphone volume.
No, it's because I'm in the kitchen.
Oh, it's you that's cutting.
Can you hear me? Yep.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
So yeah, well, what you think. I can hear you. You're good now.
Okay. Okay. Again, this very much clarifies the objective standard of uh the standard of objective ownership. You know, what makes exclusion and the requirement of the standing. Uh, it's good. I like it. Um,
Maybe you can like articulate it a bit, like what it's making, like what you're thinking. You know.
yeah. Okay. So, I'm thinking that there we have this issue of we need to have a objective standard for determining uh, the where ownership stands based on exclusion. And
Right.
you are saying that you can't use arbitrary means or unentailed terms, or there has to be specific actions that have to follow, and
Right.
specific and only those specific actions can they have to match the type of exclusion that's happening, and the action has to
Basically,
be
I'm gonna say that the reach of exclusion, wherever the reach of exclusion is not isomorphic with where exclusion stands, then you have forestalling, and then we also know exactly where we have forestalling. You know.
yeah. I definitely think the forestalling is very interesting. I think that's you know you get to the bottom of that, like you explain that well, and that will be a huge okay, this is what you know this is exactly what forestalling is. This is how we did get to it. This is
Right, because we can see we have standing, right? But
Yeah.
then exclusion can reach farther than standing, right? But standing cannot reach farther than reach, right?
Standing cannot reach farther than reach. Uh, that's a weird.
Yeah. I mean, standing cannot be larger than reach,
Okay, I
right?
see. Yeah.
Reach can be larger than standing. It can overreach. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Exclusion can overreach. You know, or where it stands. You know.
Right. Okay. Okay. I think I'm getting it. Um, I think the
So,
way.
with just standing, we wouldn't be able to see that. We wouldn't be able to see where it overreaches. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, we definitely need standing. You're right about that. I mean, that's.
Right. But with just standing, we won't be able to see where it overreaches. You know what I mean? Or just where it reaches at all.
Okay.
Not where standing overreaches, where exclusion overreaches.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Then we go into homesteading or bordering. I guess it would be forestalling still as examples. Um, we talk about how forestalling is an act where the steps are missing towards the initial exclusion. Um, and then the eighth one, exclusion is not exhausted by its initial act. So this is the requirement that the exclusion must be continuous. Its requirements are not abstract. They cannot be exhausted in advance, and do not float free of action. So the fact that the requirements are not abstract is the idea that you have to be excluding a definite people. You can't just be excluding the abstract. Um, they do not float free of action, which means you have to be acting to exclude others. I'm not sure if I get the second point though.
Well, I mean, no, more so, it's in it's described in like terms of the required actions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. But I don't really get the cannot be exhausted in advance. What's exclusion?
They arise on a case by case basis. You know what I mean? You can't a priori determine what those requirements will be. Like
Right.
sans the specific context, like the specific dispute. You know what I mean?
Uh, I see. Cannot be exhausted in advance. The requirements for exclusion cannot be exhausted in advance. Requirements for the exclusion of others to stand cannot be exhausted in advance. I don't really know what that means because like when I build a fence and I'm building this fence to prevent people from entering my lawn, doesn't that mean that
Right.
I've
But
exhausted
it's
the
like you have to, how do you deal with them? Those
oh
require, you know what I mean? How do you deal with them?
like take them to arbitration? In
Like how do you defend against them? You know what I mean? You can't do so
oh
by any arbitrary means.
yeah, I have to either shoot them with my shotgun or
Well, that's like not the
depending.
first step you would
Oh,
take.
it isn't. Damn it. I see what you're saying.
No,
I
but
see what
like
you're saying.
it's like it's
It's a
specific to each case.
yeah, it's a
It's
case by
specific to
case,
each case
case by case
because
basis.
exclusion is a yeah. Remember, there's two sides to every distinction, right? That was the point of that. Exclusion is something the latecomer confronts this distinction from their side. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Um,
And it's always exclusion of others. Remember, exclusion is always exclusion of others. So
sure. I don't.
we
Yeah.
can't and we can't talk about others as like some undifferentiated mass of others like that. Those others can't be excluded if you can only speak of them in the abstract.
Yeah. Like, but I mean, I can exclude communists, right? That's allowed.
No, you get what I'm saying,
Right. Right.
right?
Yeah. Stratino sent you a message in VC text about something.
Yeah, it's like grasping what I was trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's discovered through arbitration. That's That's the important point.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was good. So you're gonna keep working on. You're gonna. What was this the paper that you like? I know you wanted to do an ecopsych book, right? Or whatever.
Yeah, but I got sidetracked with this.
Yeah. Is this in like um is this in defense of something? Like, did something come up where you were like, oh, I gotta write this stuff down because people aren't getting it. Is that kind of what happened?
Yeah,
Okay.
the whole guardianship thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that debate, but it sounds very, you know, guardianship is something I'm kind of interested. The idea it's a little interested in, so I'm curious what comes up.
Yeah, I hope to make it very, very simple, very easy to grasp.
Yeah. Yeah, I think somebody in Zulu's channel made like a who's that guy? I think Spooky Lights had like something, and he gave his theory, and I didn't like it at all, but
Yeah, it's kind of a middle song. Man, this fucking chicken is so good, though.
yeah, I can hear you smacking your lips over it. All right, well, these were some good VCs, and last night. I'm
Oh
definitely
yeah, yeah.
I I I will say I really like you know
Oh man, you just cut out again.
it's not is it me or is it you?
No, it's me. I'm in the kitchen.
Oh
But like just whatever you just said.
yeah, I think it would be I don't know if like what you want to keep doing for the lectures or whatever, but I really would be interested in reading some Robert Rosen if that's what we could do or something like that. But I don't know if
Yeah, like I've said, just oh man, just like Control F in life itself and essays on life itself for formali, you know, so
mhm
we can get formalism and formalization, right?
mhm
And Control F for impredicative with just the V, so you can get impredicative and impredicativities, you know,
mhm okay.
and see everything he has to say on that.
Yeah, I from what I've read of him, it seems like I'm really liking his stuff. So
Yeah, just look at everything he has to say on that. Like I've
yeah,
said so many times, just like for people to do that with Rosen, you know, it's like that's what I did, and I found it very, very insightful and stuff.
yeah. Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna head off.
But yeah, we can talk about that. I think we're just gonna keep doing VCs, you know, and just keep. I'm gonna keep telling people to read, and then we'll fucking talk about it, bro.
Yeah,
Like, yeah, I'm
yeah.
fucking sick of this shit.
I
Like,
I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't mind reading the lecture, live if that's what has to be done.
yeah, that's I'm cool with that too.
Yeah, that might be better if we just keep it. Um, but yeah, because a lot of people aren't reading it. I know sometimes it's hard to make
Yeah,
them, and
yeah, maybe we should do that. We should be doing that and like
yeah,
record it. And we read something live and we talk about it and we record it.
yeah, that might be better because like I was reading the lectures on
And people
perception.
might enjoy watching that, you know, on
Yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah, I was reading the lectures on perception like the week, a few days before, and by the time the VC came, I was kind of like, oh crap, I forgot what we read. It'd be yeah, we
Yeah.
probably should talk about it live.
Here, I'll tell Stratino. Yeah. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, for sure. I don't mind reading out loud. I don't have any. I'm not self-conscious about that like some people are. So
Yeah, and like just like it's basically like a class, I guess. Just
yeah,
like.
yeah, yeah. I think that would work so much better. It probably means that. Well, I guess we'll have to see how fast it goes.
I
How
think it would grow super fucking quick, bro.
well, I meant like how fast does it take us to go? If we read a chapter, like what's it?
I mean, it doesn't matter how fast, bro. Like we can go on for fucking 10 fucking hours and people will watch that shit. You get what I'm saying? I don't
Yeah.
mean literally.
No, I get you. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Just let us know what we need to read or what we need. I guess we're not going to read beforehand, but what we're going to talk
I
about.
mean,
Would probably,
I'm the paper man,
you've got the papers. We know that.
I I know what to like read, but like I've already read it. You know what I mean? But that's fine. Like that's that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, I mean you're learning stuff as well.
Yeah, discussing it is really helping me. I
Yeah.
mean, I want to discuss it more. I think it'll help, just in general with the movement and everything, spreading it, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Uh, Helping people understand, like me getting better at like communicating and stuff.
Are you when are you going into the Coast Guard? Have you figured that out yet?
I'm figuring it out, but it's not gonna be like crazy. Like I can still do stuff.
Oh no, you're good. I think it's a great idea. I don't. You do it. You get your money so you can go to Connecticut. Absolutely.
I mean, fuck going to Connecticut. I'm not to school for that. Like I'm gonna go to school for like business probably, and then like I said, I'm gonna like communicate with the people that are going to school for that, because like that's the problem. I think like everybody who's interested in this stuff all goes to like just goes to school for that, right? And then they're just doing the work in the university labs and stuff, and there's no link to the private sector. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right now it's just fully academic, is what you're saying.
Right. So it's just like, well, I need to be the motherfucker, to like, uh, to take a different path. You know what I mean? And just like fucking hire them, right?
Yeah. No, I get you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I get that. I mean, I think you're absolutely right. Biotech is, it's gonna be the big thing. It's I think Neuralink is amazing. Just the little bit that can do is fascinating to me.
Or what can do?
Huh? What?
What can it do?
Neuralink? It it gave this quadriplegic the ability to manipulate a digital display.
Yeah, you cut out. You cut out.
It gave a quadriplegic who can't move at all the ability to manipulate a digital display with a mouse and keyboard, with a mouse. So he can use a mouse with his mind.
Well, oh, hello.
I'm
Wow,
here.
you're cutting out a lot. Yeah. So I mean, it's not him manipulating it.
Yeah. What do you mean? It's he's.
It's not him. It's the device. It's the Neuralink. The Neuralink is just it's picking up on basically like he's formed these synergies. These neural neural tissue like every like his these synergies right with his uh like his biological like components and stuff are synergies, right? So they're like you know what I mean by synergies and intro to ecosec,
Yeah, but I mean it's
right?
him.
So
It's him that's doing it.
This is the ecopsych explanation, right? I mean, literally, what the Neuralink is doing, I would bet you, right? It's just picking up on some invariant pattern, right? In that synergy, right?
Yeah, I agree.
But it's not him doing the thing. It's the Neuralink. It's it picking up on that pattern,
I
right?
mean, am
But
I
it's
the
not. That's not the basis for him doing it, right? Remember the basis is the ecological information. You know what I mean?
Whoa, hold on. When I send a text message
It's
on
not
my
neural. It's not neural. That's downstream. The
right, but
neural stuff, right?
hold,
That's all
hold,
downstream.
I'm
It's
fine
not
with
the basis. So it's just,
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. But
you know what I mean?
when I send a text message from my phone,
Yep.
I'm the one controlling it.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like
No,
this.
no, I
No,
don't.
it's not that the neurons like stuff like
Right.
firing.
No,
It's not that
right.
that's the basis of you know.
I agree. That's
Like,
why I said he is controlling the Neuralink, right? Like he is the one doing everything, not just his right? That is the
all right,
quadriplegic is controlling the digital display, right?
right.
That's what I meant. Not his neurons or anything.
Right.
Yeah. But
Oh, wow.
I think it's fascinating. Like I mean eh, like he's able to read books, he's able to play video games, he's able to talk chat, you know, he's able to type letters. It's
Yeah, just people misinterpret it like he's
oh
fucking like
sure.
beaming his thoughts or
Oh
something.
sh-
You know?
oh sure. And yeah.
It's literally just like you learn to use a stick. You know, like it's like a stick. That's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like learning to type on a computer. He's just doing it differently.
It's like a yeah. It's just a tool. You know.
Absolutely. 100%. I'm with you.
It's literally just like any other tool. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yeah. I think it's I mean, yeah, biotech, I mean brain you know, I hate to call it, you know, what they call it like human brain interface. I don't know what they call it, but like that stuff is really neat. And it's going to
Yeah, it's just like it's all held back by this brain centric stuff. This brain centric theory, right? That views the brain as the source of everything.
yeah, or views the brain as a yeah, it's just a giant computer that we need to unlock.
Right. When we look at like I would bet you Neuralink is very like aware of this. Like the Neuralink people, right? They're very aware of like dynamical systems theory stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would hope
Like
so. Yeah.
nonlinear dynamical system. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
There's no fucking way they would be able to do this without that, right?
I don't know.
So
I
it's
mean,
definitely not. It's not computational stuff.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, G, because I feel like a lot of them are just like, oh, here are the regions of the brain that light up.
Well, yeah. That's like PR. You know what I mean?
Oh, you
Like,
think? Yeah, I don't know.
yeah,
Okay.
I think it is. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
I
Like,
I don't know,
there's
but
no fucking way, bro. There's no fucking way that like it's like there's these regions of the brain and it's like doing like they like they. I mean, like, because it's just the interpretation, right? It's just the wrong interpretation.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know, like what you're looking at is downstream. What you're looking at is just like there's these synergies, and you can detect some patterns in these synergies. But you get what I mean, right?
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. It's all very interesting.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yeah. I are you
Yeah,
still in
you
your
get what I mean.
Yeah, I got what you mean. You're still in your kitchen.
And those synergies, they get their order and stuff from the larger system.
Right. Well, of course,
Right?
yeah.
So I mean, like, if anything, the technology is being held back.
Oh yeah.
If that's like their theory, you know what I mean? Like if
Oh
that's
yeah.
the yeah.
100%. You're absolutely right about that. 100%. It's being held back if that's the case.
Right. So like when I get into biotech stuff, I'm gonna be the next Elon Musk.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna be bigger than Elon Musk,
You're gonna
man.
be yeah. You're gonna have you'll be the first man to have $250,000,000,000. Be rolling in the
Shit,
dough.
bro. I want to be the first quadrillionaire without a dollar to his name, bro. You know?
Heck yeah. That's the dream.
That's the fucking dream.
Yeah. And then you
Not
can
dollars, bro. You know?
yeah. And then you can really have that Corvette.
No, what I mean, not dollars. I
Yeah.
mean, like
Gold.
you get
You'd have
no,
gold.
no, like I was saying, like hopefully, we're in Kapistan. You know
Yeah.
what I
Yeah,
mean?
you just have you just got gold. 4 quadrillion ton, gold backs or whatever we would be using. And Capistan, yeah, good luck.
Why not, bro?
I
Why
can't
not?
I can't even convince my brothers that the fucking Artemis 2 is a waste of money.
Bro, who fucking cares, bro? They're not the intellectuals, man. And look at this shit. Look what we're doing. You know what I mean? Like,
But I
do do you see the fucking power? You know?
I'm with you, but we gotta
You,
convince people.
you
Like
you see the vision, bro?
who
You see the
I'm with you, but what's the plan? Move to New Hampshire and start a
No, no, no,
yeah, like I
like,
don't
bro, what do you mean? What's the plan, bro? It's fucking change the philosophy of the day, bro. All day, like not fucking go to New Hampshire and fucking like live with all these fucking midwits. You know what I mean?
I'm with you. I'm with you. It's just
Like not everybody and their mother has to be a libertarian, right? For the state to be abolished.
what do you, I mean, but you gotta change the philosophy of the you know
Yeah,
of the day, but I don't
I mean,
know.
not everybody and their mother has to be like a libertarian intellectual. You know what I mean?
Right. Most of them are gonna follow the trend, right?
Yeah,
If they're told that democracy is the correct system, they're just gonna be democratic. If right,
but yeah,
yeah,
change the philosophy of the day all day. And that's I think eco psych and stuff is like the bridge to that. The very like biotech like as like the biotech revolution. You know what I mean?
yeah,
I think that's the bridge.
yeah, that'd be cool. It's just like I
The bridge, the agorist kind of like the counter economic kind of bridge. But like changing the philosophy through counter economics. You know what I mean?
yeah, I mean I that'd be nice. I
Because think about it like this, right? If I'm making tons of fucking money, right, in biotech with the eco psych stuff, people are gonna fucking be like, damn, now I gotta learn this shit. Like
sure,
I gotta be competitive, bro. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. It's like
So yeah, that's exactly how that would work. People
I
would have to learn that shit.
I fucking hope so, man. I mean, I have a classmate at school who's a young kid, and he's a determinist. He doesn't.
That's my ultimate goal, bro.
He
That's
doesn't
my life goal. I think, like if like think about it like that, bro. I think that's like the ultimate like praxis right there. You know what I mean? Like get super fucking rich off of, this fucking like super based philosophy. You know what I mean? And like, you can't even compete unless you, like get with the program.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's like the fucking ultimate like praxis.
Yeah, I
I
mean
think.
it's like Galt's Gulch where they're all, you know, it's just the best of the best,
Best of the best.
you know. Even the guy that was like they had didn't they have like competing steel mills in Galt's Gulch, and the guy that lost became like the head of the chief second of the one that won. It's kind of interesting. You know, like, hey, you know, I beat you, but can you come work for me now?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I think it's just gonna be great, bro. You know,
I hope
like
so.
I
Yeah, yeah.
like they just can't compete, bro, unless they get with the program.
I will say you've got good optimism, and I like that. Probably. So.
Like like that's just I'm not like pulling it out of my ass. It's like I really feel like deeply that everything in my life leads there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I get it.
So that's why I'm like enthusiastic. You know what I mean?
Sure, sure. I get you.
And it's just there's like there's just got to be like an intellectual platform, man. For there's got to be something's got to drive you know things to change. People gotta feel like they need to change because the world is gonna change without them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they can't sit around on welfare. That's what they really need.
The world is changing.
Yeah.
You can't like sit still. You'll just be left behind.
Yeah,
You gotta
absolutely.
change with it. And that's really what I want to do. With everything. I think biotech is really the way to do that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm with you. Biotech's awesome.
And it's like people are just so close to realizing it. You know what I mean? Like they
Oh
keep
yeah.
circling around this like the problem of consciousness, all this stuff. You know what I mean? Like recently. You know what I mean? Like in like historically speaking. You know what I mean? Like they're really focused on this stuff now, right?
Yeah, I mean once when people see the money come in, then they understand that it's valuable.
Yeah. 100%. And then that's like think about it, bro. All the machine and computer language and stuff was only really adopted over the past like 50, 100 years. You know what I mean?
Right, right. It's all very nascent technology when you think about it.
Right. So when the new tech, yeah, exactly. There's a whole books on this, right? How uh, like, like the philosophy of mind, right? It's like the technology, the technological innovations of the day are usually used as the metaphors. You know what I mean? Right. Like
Ah,
yeah. There's whole books on this, right? Like this is a so when I
interesting.
yeah. So if the technological innovations get like into biotech and stuff, that's exactly what could happen.
Huh. Yeah, I see what you that's an interesting idea. Huh. You know, and I'm totally seeing that with AI.
Yeah,
Like,
you see that with AI. It was with steam engines. It
yeah.
was with clockworks. It was with fucking uh computers.
Computers. Yeah. 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 Definitely AI has done some bad things towards the philosophy.
Right, but it's just like it's the future is not computers anymore. The future is not machines anymore, you know? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I'll be cheering you on. That's for sure.
The future is definitely biotech, bro.
Yeah.
And that's like I mean, think of all the implications in ecological psychology and how they connect to objectivism and ANCAP and all that, right? And how like the philosophy of mind really spreads through everything, right? It's
Mhm.
like one of the first things that changes when the philosophy of the day changes. You know, when the philosophy of the day is changing, you know, the philosophy of mind is usually the first thing that changes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely yeah. It's a big one. Just like free will and like you said, the hard problem of consciousness and yeah, definitely a big one. Objective morals versus skepticism
Yeah.
and all that.
Yeah, all of that. You know, just
Yeah.
the basis of epistemology entirely. You know what I mean?
So what's gonna be like the
The
first
entirety of epistemology. It's gonna be an epistemological revolution, bro.
so what's gonna be the big like aesthetic art piece, kind of like Michelangelo's David for the
I don't know, bro.
biocentric Renaissance, you know.
It's gonna be Fred. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be fucking Fred. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, you fucking Fred. It's gonna be a giant eyeball with legs. Fuck yeah.
But yeah, bro, just think about like you know, when you first started learning like getting into like direct perception, like how you started to feel when you started to realize like, yeah, I'm really seeing the world, you know what I mean? Like I'm really perceiving
Oh yeah. I
reality, you know?
I think the impredictivity or entailment loops and stuff is really that really changed my perspective on everything. I I never really thought like that, and then with the whole then with ecopsych, like I'm sort of the thing that I've really loved about it is like I'm sort of realizing like you know especially when it comes to child rearing, like I see all these my nieces and nephews, and I see how they all have different affordances, and how their affordances were
You know, I just realized it's a lot like ANCAP, you know? Like ANCAP, like when you get into politics, it's like, oh, you're left or right wing, you know what I mean? And then ANCAP, when you get into ANCAP, I think when you really get like seriously into ANCAP, right? It's like every single position where it was before it was just left or right wing, you're like you take a third position,
oh
a
yeah
more nuanced position. You know what I mean?
yeah like they talk about the horseshoe of politics. We're not even part of the horseshoe.
But yeah, it's like that exact same feeling,
Yeah.
right?
Oh
Learning ecosec as learning
yeah.
ANCAP, it like has that same kind of status, you
Oh
know?
yeah. Like the
You get what
way
I'm saying?
yeah,
Like
absolutely.
the way people think about all of this stuff, like when it comes to perception and the mind, you know, and the brain and
Oh
all
yeah.
that, you know?
I think the way people raise children could be so much better if they knew ecopsych. Like oh
Yeah.
my god, like it just the
And
afford
it's like just like with ANCAP, right? It's like once you understand it, it's like you know you couldn't have understood it before, right? You were stuck in this binary,
yeah.
right? And it's like once you understand it, it's like wow, you know, it's just like it's almost obvious. Like it's like you know this is like the other two options were you know wrong, you know, false alternative. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, yeah.
it's like I don't know what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah. Yeah, you thought you were in a binary world, and then it finds out it's you thought you were in a digital world, but it's actually an analog kind of thing.
Yeah, but you know exactly the feeling I'm talking about,
Yeah,
right? Like
I know what you're feeling.
like your eyes open, and it's like you see people who are once you're not stuck in that binary, right?
Oh yeah,
You see people who are stuck in that binary that if they just knew this one thing, right?
oh yeah, oh
Like
yeah,
imagine how like much their eyes would open. You know what I mean?
oh yeah, oh yeah. I see. I absolutely. I mean, I'm trying. I convinced. I've got a guy in school who I've convinced to be a libertarian. You
That's
know,
what I'm trying to say.
I'm with you. Yeah, yeah.
So you know what I mean, right? Like I see it all the time. You know, it's just like they're stuck in this binary, and it's like they have good intentions, right?
Sure, sure. They're not bad
Right?
people. They're not
And
bad people.
it's just like if only they knew this one thing, you know? If only they
Sure.
understood this one thing, you know, they would just feel like this weight lifted off of their shoulders, you know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah. I mean, a good
And it's
example.
like that's the feeling you get when you finally like when you start understanding ego psych, right? And you like get into it and then you like realize like, yeah, I'm seeing the world like I'm seeing affordances, you know, like it like directly I almost feel like one with the world, right?
Oh
Not in
yeah.
like the hidden sense, you know what I mean?
No, no, I
And
get
it's
you.
just like it's like it's definitely like a feeling, like you know what I mean, like you feel it like very strongly, and then you can see it that others are like are for want of that, you know what I mean, like they're
Sure.
lacking it, you know what I mean?
I mean, I read Nathaniel Brandon like you did, and I see that everywhere. I see how important self-esteem is, and people just don't have
Right,
it. People just do
right.
not have self-esteem.
They just don't even think about it.
They
They
don't.
don't
They don't
even.
even think about it. They don't. It's sad. It is. It is. It makes you feel pity, doesn't it?
But it's not like they're incapable of being able to think
Right.
about it, right? You know what I mean?
Right. Of course. Yeah. They're. You know. I'm with. Yeah. I. 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 You can just do the best you can to try and convince them. You know.
Well, yeah, it's just like they have to. It's not something you can do to them. You know what I mean? It's something they have to do themselves. You know, right? They have
Right. But I
to.
mean, you try to argue with them and show them the right path. You know. They have to
Yeah,
decide
but
to
that's
go.
why I focus on epistemology so much. I focus on epistemology because I want them to start asking questions about like check their own premises, like and start striving for actually like to seek knowledge.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But I have a question. Like you focus on epistemology, and I understand why, but there's no reason to think that any other field wouldn't be just as strong, because every field is mutually entailed with
Right, but
philosophy.
it's just epistemology is like the skeleton key. You know?
I'm with you. It's skeleton key. That's a good analogy.
It's like the skeleton key. I like to say. You know, it's like
That's a good analogy.
it, it
So
it's your means of like like integration and spiraling through all these fields, you know what I mean, and like
yeah.
you get what I'm saying.
No, no, that's a good analogy. Yeah, I get it.
So it unlocks everything. It unlocks all these doors in all these other fields, that are locked without it.
Right. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I started with ethics, probably like most people do, you know. So
And it's like, and you probably didn't even understand ethics really until you got to epistemology, and then you got to epistemology and like now I really like understand it a
yeah,
little bit.
yeah, it definitely. I mean, it all like it's all one giant spiral, right?
Yeah, yeah. But you know what I mean, like it opened up a lot of locked doors.
Yeah.
It's
No, I'm
like,
I'm with you.
yeah, yeah. But I
I,
focus on epistemology because I want them to actually seek the knowledge, because that's where. Do you think anybody held my hand? You know what I mean?
mm,
Like I got all this knowledge because I wanted it. You know,
mhm.
I didn't just I didn't. Nobody told me to do it. You know,
Yeah.
I wanted it. I
Mhm.
was not. I was just. I wasn't satisfied with not knowing, right? And I only got that. I only got that from uh, you know, getting into epistemology and taking it seriously first. And then only then I was like, I'm just not satisfied with not knowing, I just like I want to know, and nobody told me to do it. Nobody told me to do it. Nobody held my hand, and I sought the knowledge, you know, and that's why I focus on epistemology, because I want them to like seek knowledge, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yo.
Yeah, Sakura.
What's up? What you guys talking about?
Talking about
Yeah,
how much
just
we
talking.
hate you.
No.
What? How could you?
Oh, I got a question, Sakura.
What's good?
You don't still believe in instincts, right?
Did I believe? I mean, I stopped believing in. Well, it depends on what you mean by instincts. So I think that instincts are learned behaviors. They're not like coded into like the genetic code or anything.
Well, then it's like an anti-concept.
Yeah, yeah. That is just You're describing
What?
the exact yeah, that's it's an anti-concept.
Instincts as a learned behavior?
Yeah, because an instinct is an unlearned behavior. That's what.
It's not
but
a learned behavior.
Yeah, they
It's
don't.
innate.
Yeah.
Well, okay. It's how do I describe this? It's like driving. Okay, it's like at first you're really dog shit at driving. Everyone's really dog shit at driving until
No, yeah,
you
you're
learn it.
about right now. Check your premises, bro. You're literally about to explain Plato's theory of innate knowledge.
It's not innate knowledge.
You're literally about to explain Plato's theory of innate knowledge. I'm telling you right now. I'm catching exactly. You're going to explain Plato's theory.
Okay,
of
what do you think I'm gonna say? What do you think I'm going to
You're
say?
going to say, right, that like you're going to say something to the effect, right? This is not exactly what you're saying, right? But this is Plato's theory of knowledge. That, you know, basically because we were in this Platonic world of forms, right? Beforehand, we had this knowledge. Like, this is not what you're saying, but this is implicit, right? What we're doing is we're learning. What learning is just like remembering that Platonic form of the knowledge, right? Right?
No.
And that like I'm like you were literally about to fucking say that, bro. Like basically, in other words.
I was just gonna say that it feels more natural to do it.
Yeah, that's
No,
natural.
bro.
No, yeah, that's. It feels
I don't know.
natural because
Didn't you didn't catch that? Oh no, I swear.
It feels natural because you're grabbing it from the world of forms.
You're not what?
There's like this form of the behavior, you know, you
Yeah.
get from the world of forms. You know, that's the instinct.
What you're trying, Sakura, is what you're trying to say that you think automation of a behavior is like akin to instinct.
Yeah, but it's not automatization. Is not
It's
like
not-
that.
okay, it's not-
That's also an
It's not
anti-concept.
automation.
Yeah, there's also an
It's
anti-concept.
not passive. It's not passive.
Well,
It's not passive.
I agree 100%, but
No.
it
When
is
you're
for-
driving, it's always a active thing.
Yeah,
it's not
it's-
like a passive thing that you're just,
But
putting
you
on
are-
autopilot. It's not like-
you are backgrounding. You are backgrounding certain information, right? Or not certain information. I shouldn't put it like
Yeah,
that.
information. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, your background information.
Is that okay?
Yes.
It's just through repetition, it becomes easier to do.
No, oh man. Repetition without repetition, bro. Search up
Bro, we
that.
thought that
You're reading Intro to Ecosec, right? Search up repetition without repetition.
Yeah. This is the hammer. This is the anvil, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's not at that chapter yet, but he'll be there soon. I assume.
Just search up repetition without repetition in the book.
How the fuck do you spell repetition? What the fuck?
This is also the same point, bro. That information about X is not X, right? Information
Oh, right,
for
I forgot. The fucking OCR on this book is fucking great.
bro. Information for the perception of a line is not a line, right?
Hold on. Information on X is not
Information about X is not X, right? It does not have to copy X or resemble X. Right? It just has to be specific to X. It's not what is perceived, you know?
Yeah.
Basically, if Y is specific to X, then to detect Y is to
Find it.
perceive
What
X.
chapter? What chapter?
You hear me? To detect Y
yeah.
is to perceive X, right?
Right. Hold on. I'm pulling up this book for him. Because I don't remember the chapters.
I think it's chapter 12. Coordination.
Yeah. Coordinate. Yeah. There should be an anvil image.
But yeah, repetition without repetition, it's the same principle as information about X is not X.
But that's not what I'm saying.
Do you see the connection there?
Oh yeah.
Almost.
I don't.
Yeah. I'm. Repetition without repetition is the same as information.
Thinking, learning, and remembering. Is that where it is?
It's like
Hearing.
repetition, like the expert, right? The expert. He's able to strike the same point every time, right? But it's not something that it's not on the basis of repetition,
Yeah.
right?
He's
Because there's variability. There's
yeah.
structure in the variability,
Yeah. He's using different muscles every single time.
Right.
But he's still hitting the same point.
Right. It's because remember that X, the repetition of the behavior, right? The information about X is not X. The information specific to X is not X.
Repetition without repetition. Chapter 9.
Because the world is dynamic, it's not like, you know what I mean? You have to keep adjusting,
Yeah.
with the world, right? That's the information. The information's in the environment. You know what I mean? It's what guides your behavior. It's what it guides your behavior invariantly, lawfully.
Of course. Right.
So if you're not defining it by instinct, then what is the? Because obviously we know that the more you drive, the easier it is. It's.
Well,
You're learning.
is that true? What are you learning? Are you learning through just storing this repeated program or whatever? Like you're building like a program.
You're learning.
You know what I mean?
You're learning how to you're learning affordances, right?
You're learning to detect to which variables to pick up, right? And you're getting better at picking up the right information, right? You're different. It's about differentiation, right?
Yeah.
It's not about enrichment. It's about differentiation. It's not about taking all these impoverished pieces and then integrating them with the product, like the products of the mind. You know what I mean? It's about differentiating the right information that's specific to performable actions.
So it's more like when you're starting to drive, you're picking up on things that are just kind of unnecessary for it.
Right, you're not picking up like you have to learn to perceive and perceive to learn.
And so it's like the better you get at driving, just you.
Like there's tons of work on this from Eleanor Gibson especially and all that, right? It's like search up ecological psychology, perceptual learning, right? Or direct learning, right? Those two, like direct learning and perceptual learning, ecological psychology, right? There's a huge body of work on this, right? About the differentiation theory of learning, right? We're differentiating the right variables, the right information, right? And how information guides behavior. We link our actions, our onboard resources, right? Potentials for change, potentials for action to the information, right? So it guides it without without us like doing anything. It just guides our behavior. Our behavior is just hooked onto it. Uh, it's the example, the paradigmatic example that's usually given is like what's it called, the outfielder, you know Do you know the example of the outfielder?
I don't think so.
The outfielder where the like the optical tau is like
Oop.
like there's an invariant, right? And it's increasing, right? In like the global array, like the global optic array, it's increasing like there's a specific ratio at which it's increasing, its
Yeah.
size, in the array. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
coming
yeah.
at you,
Yeah,
right? And
yeah, yeah.
you're you know what I mean? And you're able to
Yeah. Position yourself to catch
like
it.
you're able you're not looking at the ground, but you're running with it by
Yeah.
looking at it. You know what I mean? Like because you're
Yeah.
hooking your actions onto it, right?
Yeah.
And you go right to where you can catch it, right?
Right. Yeah, or the dog with the frisbee. Yeah, I remember that.
So it's specific to the behavior as the behavior like throughout the whole behavior, right? It's like it's specific to like action possibilities. That behavior is possible, and we know it's possible, right? Throughout the whole behavior because it's specified by the information,
Right.
which is like the like tau,
Yeah, I
like the
remember the
optical tau.
yeah, I remember the towel. Yeah, and in the outfielder, and they had a dog that was catching a frisbee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Time to
it
contact.
becomes a simple part of coordination.
Yeah, tau
Something
is
more
time
exists in
time to
coordination.
contact. And it's defined in like action specific units, like time, like in units of action, like running over here, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
So we're actually incredibly coordinated. We're incredibly coordinated.
What?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we're very coordinated
Mm-hmm.
if we want to be.
So like yeah, so it's like the more you're driving, the more
Like even just standing,
more
bro, is a very
Well,
like right now your right now your postural stability is linked to invariance of the surface layout, right? And you don't even notice it. Like just try and stand perfectly still as possible, and you'll see that you can't still stand perfectly still. There's variability. You're swaying,
yeah.
right? And if you try to stand as perfectly still as possible, you actually lose your balance, and you have to like correct it. You know what I mean? Like you can notice that just right now. You can stand up and try to stand as perfectly still as possible, and you'll see like
no, I know what you mean.
you lose your balance a
I
little
know
bit. And
what
you
you
have to
mean.
correct yourself, right? But also, there's also this experiment, right, called the Lee room, right, where
Yeah, yeah,
they
yeah.
they hang like the walls, right, above like the walls are not connected to the floor, right? So and the walls are just hanging like hanging from a rope or something outside. You know what I mean?
Because your hearing actually goes up.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen the explanation. Do you understand what I'm saying? That you get the scene, the scenario.
I know about the standing still. Like I understand that. Like
No, I mean the
I've
Lee
done that
room.
before.
The Lee room.
Lee room. What is Lee room?
Basically, the walls are not connected to the floor. The walls are hanging from a rope above the room. You know what I mean? So when you're in this room, right, and you're standing in this room, if they move the wall, right, like even just a microscopic amount, right, you will sway forward. I mean, like you will be leaning forward and you won't even notice it. You'll lean forward exactly the amount that
Dude,
the wall
this
is moved
reminds me of
forward.
something.
The,
This
and
reminds me of
and
something.
listen, bro, listen, right? There's no force acting on from the wall acting on you, right? This is this is the information, the information linkage to your actions, to your postural stability, right? You're literally your posture right now, standing. Standing is not like an easy feat, really, but we just learned to just like uh we really have this strong connection. We just established this strong connection between our actions, our postural sway, right, and stability, right, to the invariance of the surface layout around us at all times, right? So in this Lee
Yeah,
room,
like as a baby,
if-
when you're learning to walk,
in this Lee
like,
room,
you're learning
we
to
can
be coordinated.
we can move
learn-
the wall, and it can, like somebody walking forward in a Lee room, like with a treadmill, right? Like if they move the Lee room in backwards, right? They'll think they're or they'll think they're walking backwards, you know?
It reminds me of there's like a filter that you can put on where it's like it will make it look like you're falling down. Let me see if I can like yeah.
But Turvey you can search the Lee room in Turvey's lectures on perception. He has a whole thing on that. There's a lot of research on the moving room.
Yeah, I want to clarify real quick something. Uh, it's not the fact that you just keep on driving that you would get better at it. To master a skill, it means that you need to do it under a different set of behaviors across different contexts.
Yeah, there's a lot on skill acquisition in ecopsych literature. You're probably getting it from that, right? There's a lot of literature on skill acquisition and perceptual learning and skill learning.
Alright, this is probably a little bit played up, but look at this video. It's just like some random video.
What video?
This is kind of what you're trying to say here.
Baby, come here. What? I want to do this challenge.
Like, it reminds me of...
You can't fall over, and you have to look at the screen for 10 seconds. Okay?
What channel are you putting this in?
Okay.
I'm putting it in VC chat. VC
I'm
text.
confused. What are we doing?
Okay.
Just don't fall forward. It's not that hard.
Yeah, that's fucking yeah.
No, I kind of
So
I want
that's
to try
like exactly
that.
what you're talking about.
Kind of want to try
Yeah,
that.
like that's like exactly what you're talking about.
Kind of, yeah. It's kind of like the same thing.
It's not that hard.
It's just like
And so that's also why-
it just like what that does is just it manipulates the information. So like you're
that's
looking
also why-
you're what the variables you're getting for your postural sway is just making you go forward and you don't know about it. Right? You don't even notice it because you've already linked your actions to, the invariants, right?
Yeah,
The invariants that specify postural sway under these conditions, or postural stability under these conditions, right? So, like that just
You heavily
what that's
rely on
doing.
environment
What that's
for
doing is just
coordination.
exploiting those specific invariants. They're manipulating it like in a specific way. That's just it's just like you're trying to pick it up. You know what I mean? And so you're picking it up, and your actions are already linked to that information already, just normally, right?
Yeah.
Because you've already learned that, right? You're able to stand and walk and stuff,
It's also like
That's why it
have you ever
works.
played
That's
a
why it works
VR
for most
game?
people. That's why I bet it works for most
have
people
you-
because like we all probably detect like the same sort of range of variables, right, in order to stand, properly. And like people who have problems standing like that, right, are detecting like different variables. You know what I mean?
And it's like, have you ever played like a VR game before?
Yeah, yeah.
And so it's like when you're standing and you move forward in the game, it's like it's like you're like right in front of you, so you think you're like moving, and so like you kind of like sway a lot, like you're kind of unstable,
Yeah.
which typically that does get better as you play more, but it's mainly when you're like first starting out or like get back to it after a while. Like,
Yeah, you should see
feel
Turvey's work on what's it called, prism adaptation, where they put a prism, like they wear prism goggles, where like their whole entire vision turns upside down. You know what I mean? And they totally adapt to it, and then they like literally after a little bit, like they see upright again.
Yeah.
And we're using
while still
8.5
wearing the goggles.
PVC Schedule 40 solid core pipe. Then we want to add a
Isn't that crazy?
vent
Outright.
hole even
Yeah.
at the top of the sump. Mark
Yeah,
it.
and he explains why with ecological, an ecological explanation.
drill
I
this
think it's
hole.
super cool.
We're going to start our hole.
You can find it in
Now that
lectures
I've
on
got it
perception,
started,
like
I'm gonna-
prism adaptation, or in this. He has specific research papers on it, but in lectures on perception, he references those papers, and in this paper, he also references those papers. Here, hold up. Yeah, this is one. But you'd have to like search up the specific papers, like the research papers on prism adaptation, where they did these experiments on prism
Yeah, 'cause
adaptation.
it's like
drill this
because
way.
the
so that
traditional
when
view,
water's-
if
He uses he's
perception has always
yeah
told them.
he uses it to explain the non-locality of perception. So I think it's a really good example.
is out of this
We can
system,
dive into
down
that
towards the bottom
here.
of the sump and
In
down
this
up
paper,
towards the cover
he
of
talks
the
about the
alarm,
prism adaptation
away from my alarm sensor.
to explain the non-locality of perception.
Now we can put our cover back on.
Where they perform the prism.
I wonder if I search on Google Michael Turvey prism adaptation, and the non-locality of perception, what would it say?
Hey, good morning. Remember the pump? We're not gonna, scrape it. And this pump pumped for 5,400 hours.
Right, yeah, that's right. Kinetic, yeah. Involve only kinematic dimensions, space and time, without kinetic dimensions, mass, energy, force, or momentum. X to. So basically, we have like our alternative, like Turvey talks about this a lot, like, and see in a bunch of other papers from Turvey when he's talking about, like the alternative description, right, for the optic array of the alternative description of light, or the ambient energy, right? The ambient patterns of energy is not like, we're not taking like the microscopic, like quantum scale description of light, right? We have an alternative description, and it's not it, and the dimensions are going to be in units of length and units of time, and in units of length plus time.
Joke's on
Which
you.
is
I see light waves.
The tree has a cone. It has a light cone.
Why? But you can't do both at the same time, you can't do both simultaneously.
I don't know how to wrap my mind around that. I just can't understand that. Sorry.
That's just impregativity in general, right? So
it
it's like
seems so
when you're
complex.
trying, so you're,
I want to
you
understand
have-
something, but like it seems impossible. I sort of get what you're saying, but it's
Well,
like
it's like you just have to grasp what's already right in front of you. I mean, like literally, like concepts are impredicative in general. Concepts are impredicative. Things are impredicative. Natural things, like their identity. It's all imperative. Reality is imperative.
okay.
Reality is not predicative.
Yeah, sure. I want to listen. I want to listen to this retribution.
There's an
topic
essential
for-
semantic component, right?
Sure,
because
sure.
you can't.
I'm not gonna get this today.
This is an
okay?
important point, right?
I'm not gonna
This is
get
what it
this
means.
today.
This is what it means for there to be irremovable impredigativities, right? It means that there's an essential semantic component that cannot be removed. And what that means is that, right, you can't have a God's eye view standard. That's impossible. You have to have some objective standard. You got to be something in the same world as the thing, that you know what I mean, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right, you got to pick out some objective standard, right, to compare things, right?
A scale of analysis.
Right. So it's never it's never non-specific. Remember, it's always this thing and this thing and this thing and this thing, right?
It's always this thing. Like, would you say that applies to what we don't know if it is life or not?
Yeah, but
It's either
like,
life or it's not. And that's
right? we have to choose a standard, but that doesn't mean it's subjective, right?
Yeah,
Because
I'm
we
not
can't
saying
choose
that at all.
any standard. We can't choose any standard, but we have to choose some standard, right? But again, it's not exhausted by any one standard, right? That's a key point, right? It's not exhausted. That's the essential semantic component, right? So like we can slice up a pizza.
Oh.
We can slice up a pizza like in columns, or we
Oh.
can slice it up in like triangles,
I
you know,
fucking
or
get it.
in a checkered pattern, you know. But we can't
Oh.
do it all at once. We
I
can.
to-
Examples given in Intro to Ecopsych are the same examples given in there. So I mean, you can just look at the examples given in Intro to Ecopsych, like search up non-obviousness. I think it's like in one of the first chapters. It's one of the boxes in one of the first chapters, and like they shot fire, like go through like each of the examples really quickly that Turvey covers there.
Search a black chicken legs. That's
What?
one of the examples.
Yeah, the chicken, the little bird's legs are blocked, right? Or they
You
can't
search like obviousness.
Yeah.
Here, yeah, non-obvious. There we go. Here we go. Box 4.1.
Box 4.
Yeah, an introduction to Ecopsych.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, box 4.1.
See box 4. Where the fuck is box 4.1?
Page 70 in the PDF. Page 70.
Ah, non-obvious causality. Developmental psychology, for example, where nonlinear causality was helpful. Chapter 10. Gottlieb pioneered much of the work in this area and coined the phrase non-obvious causality, referring to developmental events that happen in an unexpected way. As Miller pointed out, there are a number of obvious cases. For example, birds that sing songs.
And Turvey gives the full explanation and like formalism for this, you know, like formally, like how to understand this, right? He gives that in his book Lectures on Perception, and in the paper I just like linked in VC text on non-obviousness.
However, when no obvious causes for a particular behavior could be found, that behavior was often described as innate or instinctual, because there does obviously pathway. Put another way, there does not seem to be a linear local external cause for behavior. So they call it the problem. Miller argued that the more innate or instinctual behavior seemed to be, the more non-obvious the causality actually. Right. So you're not really like examining the whole of it.
And this is why I said I started with information about X is not X. Read the examples, you'll see why. Information about X is not X, why that's important.
Where's where you said it? Information about X. Currently, why? Oh, right.
It doesn't have to like copy or resemble X. You know? You don't have to have a line in your eye to see lines, you know? You don't have to see a line in your eye to see lines out there.
Scale of analysis.
Right. So it's never
This thing.
Yeah. Yeah, but
It's
it's
either
like we
life
have
or
to
it's
choose a
not, and
standard,
that's
right? We have to choose a standard, but that doesn't mean it's subjective. And you'll see, right? Did you go through the examples?
I'm going through what you said about information about X.
Okay.
yeah.
Like the examples of non-obvious causality.
Yeah, it's not like
Can't
saying
choose.
so. Then what is
Like this is also goes to like I said earlier in Zulu's general chat. I don't know if you saw. Like I was talking about the roundabout process of evolution, and I linked to Terry's lectures there too. Like in lecture 19 and 20, he talks about evolution's tinkering, right? And it's like a Rube Goldberg machine type of deal, right? It just it doesn't have a plan in mind, right? It just builds whatever it can build, right, with the resources available, right?
so like detecting an object means that you see the object, but they're not like.
And it's also, remember, you don't see what you think you see what you see.
You see what.
Isn't it?
So the same for the chickens and the squirrel monkeys.
Because yeah, no, it was when we were talking about the morale, like how can you go against survival instinct?
You're cutting out. Maybe you gotta come closer to your mic.
Hang on, let me turn.
You're cutting out a lot, bro.
All right, that should be a little bit better.
Yeah, that's better.
But yeah, it was when we were talking about morality, and I was like, so like, how do you go against like the survival instincts or whatever? And it's like, well, it's not an instinctual scramble for survival. It's instincts don't exist. And what you're talking about is a learned behavior.
You cut out there. You said what you're talking about is, and then you cut out.
It is a learned behavior.
Yeah, but it's more than that. It's not like you're learning some static thing. You know what I mean? It's like you're learning to pick up the right variables that allow you to that guide your action in real time. You know?
Right. You're just perceiving and acting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's just really just, it's all action.
Yeah.
It's all one and the same.
And that's why like the body of work of like about perceptual learning and the differentiation theory of perceptual learning is very like important stuff to get there. Like what we're doing is like differentiating the right information. There's the information is like just it's super super rich, like
this is the exact thing that he said to me. This is the exact
yeah. The key point is that the information is inexhaustible, right? We just have to learn to pick out the right variables for our purposes. You know what I mean? Like the structure is there. We don't need to impose the structure on the world. We just gotta exploit it, right? Economically. So you want to think of like literally the very means of knowledge, of perception, and everything is literally the structure of the environment, structure of the like ambient array around you. You know, like unstructured light is unfocusable. I don't know if we talked about that before. I talk about that a
yeah,
lot.
you only see with ambient.
Yeah. With structuring from surfaces, you know?
Yeah, reflective surfaces.
Yeah, dissipated surfaces.
Right.
Okay.
So, moral of the story: don't use the word instincts.
All right.
Instinct bad.
But I will point out that when people say instinct, they are referring to like an actual learned behavior.
No, when
No.
people no. 99%
No,
of the people.
look at the non-obviousness paper, right? It's exactly like they
That's what
really
Stratino
clock
said, though.
they really clock exactly what's going on, you know? It's like they say it's instinct when, you know, they can't find any obvious causes, you know?
Yeah.
Any obvious like
Yeah,
linear
they just haven't
cause,
looked
right?
hard enough. They haven't thought about it. They don't think about it.
Yeah, they just
Right.
aren't looking at the right variables. There's some variables there, you know? And like look at all these non-obvious variables, right? Like how do you even like how did you even think of that? You know what I mean?
You only
Uh,
know part of it, not the whole.
yeah, it's rather we have to work not like from, you know, like some instructions, you know what I mean? We have to work like that's backwards, but we have to work backwards from that. We have to work from the function, from the behavior, right? From the achievement, right? And what that like, and then we have to look, try and find where we can find the information that specifies it. You know what I mean? And that's really what ecological psychology is all about, right? Like developing tools for, you know, identifying these variables, these observables. Are you? I
Yeah,
guess.
it's just like I'm not. Yeah, what I was trying to say is that I'm not going to use the word instinct, but when other people use the word instinct, I'm going to point out the fact that what you should really be talking about is how it's not an instinct. It's actually,
Right.
what he said, a systematized pattern behavior that has been learned and repeated by
Well, I don't know. Are you talking about something Stratino said?
Yeah.
What did you post it in VC text?
Yeah, I put it
I
in.
don't think it's a study sort of thing. I just tell my computer instinct because all that people are really referring to when they point to an instinct is a systematized pattern of behavior that has been learned and repeated by the actor. Yeah, I don't know about repeated. Yeah, like I guess repeated is like the correlation. Like they tie that like, oh, then it must be instinct, you know?
Yeah. Like a heartbeat,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You know, the heartbeat is, you know, they say that's an instinct, but it's not. It's,
Oh, survival instincts.
yeah, or death instincts.
You must aggress. You have no choice. Your instincts are telling you to do it.
Like the heart is just like a machine, but we really only understood the heart when we started understanding it as like a, you know, like a self-organizing system, you know? And they talk about that a little bit in like chapter in the chapter on self-organization. That's chapter 14, I think, right? Or no, chapter 15.
Yeah, one of those, yeah.
Because it's also like, okay, well, if you think that this specific organ is like automatic, well, why are we not always automatic? Why are our limbs not automatic, right?
Yeah, I mean it's
Like
just not.
why are we
It's
only
empirically just like objectively not, you know?
yeah, like
There's no like it's totally made up. Like they start from impoverishment, right? And then they have to make up like all the information then like that's missing. Oh, it's in the genes. Oh, it's in the brain makes
yeah,
it up. You know?
it's arbitrary. Every single excuse that you would make is
And but
just
it's
like, oh,
unobservable.
well,
It's
we switched
completely
our brain.
unobservable. They didn't get it from any basis. Anything they observe in the brain or in genes, right? They didn't get it from that at all, right? It's totally just posited and stolen. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But what explains getting boners when we were in high school, randomly? That definitely has to be an instinct. Like
No,
that.
it's explained the same way everything else is explained. You know? It's not a mystery.
I don't know
You
about
saw
you, but
something on the side of your eye.
something. What? It looks like boobies? I don't know. Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like you learn what you're attracted to. It's not.
Yeah,
I
I
gotta.
mean, you can't be getting boners all the time. I mean, you gotta get boners only when it's, you gotta learn how to control it. You know what I
I'm
mean?
sure.
It's like
Yeah, I don't
it's
know
like
a lot of people.
you're it's like
Oh,
the
I
system
see.
is always active, right? So like we develop, like, remember we find the stability through variability, right?
I see.
So like we learn to walk by like moving our legs a lot, right? We develop our ability to control our leg, like basically like actually in the non-obviousness paper, right? They like even beforehand in the womb, right? There's these just like twitches, right? These just like involuntary twitches, right? It's spasms and stuff, right? But if you suppress that chemically, then they don't develop properly like somatic senses, like their somatic like nervous system, they don't develop that properly, right?
Right.
So it's like, and we still do that. We do that in our sleep. We do the same twitches, every day when we sleep, right? But it's through that twitching that we're able to start like controlling our limbs and stuff, right? Through that variability that we start like picking up on the patterns of information that specifies like, you know like the stable patterns of behavior, right? The attractors, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I know. For my dad, those twitches can give him a lot of Charlie horse.
But you get what I'm saying, right?
Oh yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Right, so
Yeah,
it's through variability. Like there's a bunch of papers on the I've you could search this up in the chat from me, variability
Yeah.
or whatever. Through, and because I give a lot of citations on this specifically. There's a lot of research on this specifically. That's really cool. Like the development of agency, like the development of control, like through that very control. You know? So I think it's very cool.
I wish I knew
But
eco psych when I was in high school. That would have made it so much easier.
yeah, so I think that's kind of what that might be what's happening here, right? Like you're getting a bunch of boners and stuff like as soon as you're able to start getting boners, because you need to be able to control it and differentiate when you need to be having boners and when you don't need to be having boners. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
So you can economize it, you can allocate resources properly.
Yeah,
And even to
absolutely.
this day, it's like we get boners where it's like, I'm boner. Why am
No,
I getting this boner?
Well, like there's like people, they don't differentiate the right variables, and they're just like they're overly like fucking,
Yeah, they get a boner when they hold a girl's hand.
yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's also sometimes you just like rub your crotch against the surface.
It's something you have to learn. It's something you have to learn through, doing.
Yeah.
But that I think that seems like a
Yeah.
good explanation for that,
Yeah.
because it's just
like if
that's a
somebody
general
appeals to instinct.
no, but
you
that's like
just
a
tell
general
them.
that's a general principle, like we find stability through variability, right? Not like a priori, but we get
So like in
stability
eco
through
psych,
variability, and just
eco
in
psych.
general how we were able to like control our body parts and everything. Like the system is always active. It was just like we because of this activity, because of this variability, we picked up on the patterns in that variability, right? That allows us to, like channel it, to squeeze out the degrees of freedom, because we like can, attend to certain constraints, that do that, right? That, limit it. But like it's like we oh, what's the fucking the other, like we're tweaking the ongoing dynamics, right? It's always just active, right? We're a self-organizing like system, right? A participative structure, right? You know, it's always active, right? It doesn't exist first and then go on to realize this characteristic function, right? It exists to realize that function, right? So it's just like that's how we start off with. We start with spasming and like just like exploration, right? Exploring, foraging, you know, foraging for the information, right? We're sampling the array, like the
boner
which
array.
is yeah, yeah.
Yeah. The array, the what's the word? The array that tells you what's hot and not or not. You
Yeah.
know? Your attractiveness, the ambient attractive array.
Yeah, like you
I don't.
learn that stuff.
Yeah.
No, I mean it's just the
Very
global
hot, like
information.
What-
Like, I mean, don't confuse the information with the energy, like that is like that, like the energy and the structure of the energy. You know what I mean? It's not light as such, right?
right.
But it's the optic array, right? It's the structure of light. You know.
I see. I see.
But yeah. So that's I think that's like exactly what's going on. I mean, like literally every case like of developing control over something, you know, it's through explorative activity. You know, in that book you see uh in this book. No, not that one. The the second link from the bottom in VC text, right?
Mm-hmm.
The second most recent link. There's is there No, maybe not that one. I'm thinking about this other book here. I'll link this book. There's a couple of chapters on, you know, explorative activity, fucking I have to read it to fucking know how to pronounce that word.
Explorative
Yeah, I think that's it.
or
Right,
exploratory would I think is
yeah, is there
exploratory.
two? Because I'm thinking, is there one T or two T's? uh, yeah, in part two of that, in the book I just linked, the role of exploratory activity. Yeah, there we go. I don't know. I don't think seven. I don't know. I don't think seven is all that good, but I know eight is good. You know, nine is decent, and like 10 is good. Like Nonica and Kelty Stephen are really good on this stuff.
God, more fucking books. Ugh.
Yeah,
And also,
basically,
I've linked this paper a
it's
bunch of
kind of
times.
like
They talk about foraging in a thermodynamic terms in here.
because yeah, in intro to ecopsych as well, it's like when the book was like explaining like the first law of thermodynamics, it's like if you think that energy is being created, then you need to expand your scope, and that it's kind
Yeah.
of like the same thing where it's like, oh, this is an instinct. Well, no, you have to expand your scope of causality.
Right.
What are all these notes?
Those are G's notes.
Did you do this? Oh, you did this?
There's some stuff here about foraging dynamics. You see that paper there? There's like a cool like experiment they do there.
Oh, nice. This is like a rule of thumb thing to like identify what you want to be again.
Yeah, Scott Kelso has a couple papers on the self-organizing origins of agency, the emergence of agency, where he's talking about, uh like we start with the twitches and stuff,
And like, is it involuntary? Like, what exactly is going on when you're doing those switches?
The system is always active, bro. It's a thermodynamic fucking system,
Alright.
It's a far from equilibrium system. Like it can't like it's dissipative, Like I can't really get into it without getting into thermodynamics.
Damn, bro. PubMed endorsing.
Signatures from coordination dynamics reveal infant agency.
So it's like in the womb, we just kind of discover that we can make these.
Right, we discover it. We basically, this is how we differentiate ourselves, the movement that we're making, you know what I mean? And how to control that. Right?
Right.
We do it through that movement, through all that variability, right? And then we just, tweak the dynamics, the ongoing dynamics, and we like stabilize it,
Dude, I should talk to that guy again. Who thinks that like genes actually do something? See if I can convince him. Probably not.
Well, genes do something.
No, genes don't
Well,
do
like, as in they aren't. Yeah, it's like
genes don't do anything. It's not that the genes do anything. It's that they I forgot how fucking Peg put it. He said he put it well. It's not that the genes do anything.
Well, yeah, we've had this argument before.
Yeah.
But it's like genes are like the most inert.
Yeah.
Part.
I don't mean that they do something. I mean that they have a purpose.
Right.
Right, but it's not that the genes do anything. It's that the system, the dynamics, like, are doing things,
Right. But it's like, to me, that is what the genes do. Is be.
But it's not. It's
In
the
the
genes
whole
not
of the
doing
system.
anything.
I know, but it's just a wording way.
It's constraining.
Then if it's constraining, then it's doing something, right?
No.
Oh, okay. I guess not.
Constraining is not causing.
Because I always thought it was genes
it's squeezing out the degrees of freedom. It's like
if I am
like it's only possible to throw a ball this fast in so many ways. You know what I mean?
If I am throwing a ball,
No,
is the
it limits
ball
the ways I can control. I can do that. You know what I mean?
if I am throwing a ball, is the ball not doing something?
What?
If I am throwing a baseball, is the ball not doing something?
I don't know what you mean. What is the ball? What is what the ball doing? What the ball is doing like have to do with what I'm saying?
I mean, the ball is the inert DNA. I am doing something with the ball,
No,
right?
it's not.
No. It's okay.
No. The ball
Is
is
this what you're trying to
the
say, G?
throwable thing, you know.
And the
Gee, look in
DNA is
VC text.
the constraint thing, the thing that.
The DNA is the just replicable thing, the easily,
Okay.
cheaply replicable thing, you know.
Yeah, that
Is that what
sounds.
you're trying to say, G? Look in VC text.
But it's not doing the replication at all.
I
Like that's
agree.
the whole point.
I agree, but it's part of this replication system, right?
No.
What?
I mean,
What?
like it's a component. It's a yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a component production, you know,
Yeah.
of the system. But
Absolutely.
it's totally the whole point is that it's disconnected from the dynamics. Like it's totally independent of the dynamics. That's the whole point.
Whoa!
Like
Wait.
maximally independent of like the dynamics, so that you know we can replicate it without having to recreate the dynamics. You know, like we don't have to even like we don't have to any dynamics right that we would have to consider is more that we would have to replicate. It would cost more, you know. If it was dependent on anything else.
Gee, look in VC text. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, let me see. Not really. They don't do any like they're literally like that's the entire function. Their entire function is basically derivative. You know, it's not. You know what I mean? They have no function outside of this like their role in the system that the system gives them. You know, to just sit there.
Right. Well, whatever.
I mean, it's important.
No, but what I'm saying is that is their function, right? They exist for a reason,
Yeah,
and their reason is to be this.
but they're other organized. They're not self-organized.
See that, but I understand that they are other organized, but the fact that they are being used for a dynamic system like us doesn't that mean that it's
But
part of an
they have nothing. They have nothing to do with that, right? Like they're not doing anything. Like from the like the the point of view of the genes as the standard, right? Like that's the it just nothing that is going on really.
But they use the genes are they use DNA to replicate, right?
They replicate the genes, the DNA. Like that's what they do.
DNA replicates the genes.
No.
No, gene.
The organism replicates the DNA,
The
the
organism
genes.
replicates.
The
Yeah,
genes are the DNA.
the genes are the
DNA.
Yeah. I so well, if genes are DNA, genes obviously do. They do stuff.
No,
No,
they don't do it.
genes don't do anything. Then what's this waste of entropy?
It's literally the entire point. We're exporting the dynamics. We're using we're tracing a ring of irreversibility to export all of the irreversibility, all the dynamics outside of this ring. Like it's so the inside we can treat it as inert, right? We can once if we're going to attend to it, we can ignore everything else outside of it.
I don't understand that. Why would we need not
Because
why would
it's cheap to replicate and it's cheap right to attend to and it's cheaper to ignore.
well, if it's cheaper to ignore, then why don't we just ignore it?
Well, the whole point is that we can attend to it and then drop it and then pick it back up, and it stays the same, It just sits there. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I just don't agree with the verbiage that it doesn't do anything.
It's entirely other organized. I don't know,
I don't.
like, I don't know what to say here. Like
But
it's entirely parasitic. It's entirely parasitic.
But a self-organizing system but like you could say the same about what's the
No,
is mitochondria parasitic?
mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell.
Yeah, like
No,
mitochondria is a
no.
why is DNA not just
Because
something?
it's part of the dynamics. It's not the DNA is not part of the dynamics. It's a completely different thing. It's not in the dynamic mode, but
but if
the
but if
symbolic mode, the rate independent mode.
but if a dynamical system is using these genes,
Right, it's parasitic.
but it's a good
It's
parasite.
other organized.
But it's a
It's
good.
other organized.
But it's good.
No, bro.
I mean,
It's not a parasite in that sense. That's not what I mean.
Okay.
I mean, its whole function is parasitic. Its entire function is parasitic. It doesn't do anything. Right? It's not that the genes do anything.
But
no, I don't mean parasitic as the fucking no. That's not what I mean, bro. I mean its function is parasitic from the function of the organism. Like the organism gives it its function entirely, right? The system, right?
Okay, I agree. Right? It only has a function because of an organism.
So it doesn't do anything.
But,
it doesn't do anything.
I mean, my phone only has
none.
A
it's
purpose.
Not a system. It's not a system. It's not an entity. It doesn't do anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not a whole system on its own right. Like it's not a system on its own right. Like in its own right. It's just not an entity in its own right. It literally is just not a thing in its own right. It does not act in its own right.
Yeah, I mean it's not a living thing, so
it's not an entity, not a system.
Well, hold on. It's not an entity. Of course, DNA.
Yes, it's not a full system. It's not a closed loop of entailment, right? It's unentailed. All this stuff is unentailed. Everything of importance is unentailed because it's parasitic. The entailment comes from elsewhere. Where that can't be entailed by the genes. It's not a full system in its own right.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Like we can't from inside the or like a ring of irreversibility, right? From inside of it, we can't escape from inside by any internal means, right?
Right.
So we won't be able to see the system that we have to look at the larger system, right? The ring of irreversibility, right? To understand this. What's exporting the dynamics, the irreversibility so we can treat this as inert and rate independent and reversible, we can put it in reversible one-dimensional sequences.
Okay, I'm thinking about this. I gotta think about this.
That's the system. right? That's the system that acts. That's making this whole, like making all the magic happen. You know, the magic. It looks like magic from the perspective of the genes. You know.
Right.
So it's not a system in its own right, right? It's not. There's not.
Yeah.
There's not. All the terms are not entailed, right? If we're just looking there.
GEs.
Yeah, I gotta think about this. I'm
Look at what Turvey says in lecture 19 about the symbolic and the dynamic modes. This is what I'm talking about here. This is where you will find more about that in like the literature.
okay.
So what do you mean that genes are?
Because he talks about the relationship between the symbolic and the dynamic modes and how the symbolic mode is like dependent on the dynamic mode, right?
I didn't mean to.
But not vice versa, you know? It's like parasitic.
What do you mean by it being a constraint? You want me to stream?
It's a rate independent constraint.
No, I didn't mean.
That's
Sorry, go ahead, G.
it's a rate independent constraint.
Yeah,
That's just what it's
Why do you want me to stream like?
I didn't mean to click it. It was literally an accident.
Oh.
Yeah. I was literally trying to click on the image books posted and it screwed up. Now I don't
Bruh.
even. Now I can't even find this damn image he posted. That was in memes. Okay.
It's in memes.
There we go. This is a letter to funny letter by Rothbard. Okay.
It's about Buddhism. I don't know. Fucking know. It's weird. It's funny.
Like they don't have any agency. They're not agential. They don't act. Because that requires rate dependence. And you either have rate independence or you have rate dependence. You can't have it both ways. Fuck. Yeah, and Swenson talks about that a lot.
Yeah, I think I'm onto it. It's just I definitely need to do a lot more reading on this topic.
Here, rate independent or not, you can't have it both ways. From Swenson. That's a really short paper too. It's like 3 pages.
All right. Well, it's been I've been on here for like 6 hours, so.
Yeah, I should get off too.
Yeah, it was a good talk.
Yeah.
Good night.